Point of order, the honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting me this short moment. In a moment, I'll be seeking unanimous consent for a motion. I was just looking at the projected order of business for today in the House of Commons, and I'm just a little bit puzzled as to why we are debating anything other than the government's climate emergency motion, because, I mean, is it an actual emergency, or for the Liberals, is it just another PR stunt? So I'd like to ask for unanimous consent that the order of the day be resolved back to government motion number 29, which would declare that Canada is in a national climate emergency.
I think the honourable member is aware that the government, of course, has the ability has the discretion to make these decisions, but nonetheless, I will take the honourable member and would ask if there is unanimous consent for the honourable member to put his motion. No, there is no consent. Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Oh, pardon-moi, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to ask that we reflect in terms of, from the moment that it was clear that the member was seeking unanimous support, I started to say no quite verbally out loud, yet the member was able to continue. All I'm asking for is consistency with the chair, and maybe the chair might want to review this, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Order. 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 We're really not getting off to a good start here today, I can say. So, order. Order. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his additional comments. Members should be reminded that the ability to, certainly members can stand and raise points for the consideration for unanimous consent. Members should be advised not to use those occasions to enter into debate. So these are not opportunities. These are, it's a relatively common practice, of course, of the House to use the HoC motion approach. Certainly when there is a known agreement amongst parties for the acceptance of these motions. But nonetheless, I ask members to refrain from using those opportunities for debate. It's not what they're for. Members should quickly go to their point, put the motion before the House for unanimous consent consideration, and then we'll see what the House decides. So I thank both the honourable members for their interventions, and now we'll go to orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, consideration at second reading of Bill C-98, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and the Canada Border Services Agency Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Mr. Rodriguez for Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Jordan, moves that Bill C-98, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and the Canada Border Services Agency Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by stating that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member, I believe from Scarborough-Guildwood, but this morning, depuis automne 2016,
since the fall of 2016, our government has been dramatically reshaping Canada's security and intelligence apparatus to ensure it has the authorities and the funding they need in order to keep Canadians safe.
In that this is the first round of speeches for this particular bill. In the normal case, the members of parties wishing to split their time in those spots must seek the unanimous consent of the House in order to share their time. Is there unanimous consent? No. Okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Fair enough. Okay. So, depuis l'automne 2016,
since the fall of 2016, our government has been dramatically reshaping Canada's security and intelligence apparatus. to ensure that it has the authorities and the funding they need in order to keep Canadians safe.
En même temps, nous veillons.
At the same time, we have been ensuring that those agencies, which we trust with tremendous power, have strong and robust independent review mechanisms so that the public can be confident that they are using their powers appropriately.
These mechanisms instill confidence in the public that these agencies are using their powers appropriately, Mr. Speaker. Since 2018, following the passage of Bill C-22, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, NSICOP, has been reviewing classified national security information. The committee, formed of 3 senators and 8 elected members of Parliament, recently released its first annual report. This brings Canada into line with all 4 of our other Five Eyes Alliance allies when it comes to having parliamentary or congressional review of national security activities. Bill C-59, which is currently awaiting third reading debate in the Senate, would create the National Security and Intelligence Review Agencies. This is a standalone review body that would incorporate the existing Security Intelligence Review Committee, CIRC, which reviews CSIS, and the Office of the Communications and Security Establishment, which reviews CSE. It would also have the powers and authorities to review any department with a national security function. Some academics and experts have dubbed this idea a super CIRC. They have argued for years that such a body is needed so that it can follow the thread of evidence from one department to another, rather than ending its investigation at the boundaries of a single agency. The federal court has also suggested that this kind of super review agency needs to be created. We have done all this so that Canadians can be confident that our security and intelligence community has the tools it needs to keep Canadians safe. Which brings me to C-98, Mr. Speaker. The one piece missing from this review architecture puzzle, should C-59 pass, of course, is an independent review body for non-national security-related reviews of the Canada Border Service Agency, or CBSA. C-98 would fill in that gap by creating the Public Review and Complaints Commission, PCRC, Public Review and Complaints Commission. The new agency would combine the existing review body for the RCMP, known as the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission, CRCC, with the yet-to-be-created review body for the CBSA, the Canadian Border Services Agency. It would add a mandatory new deputy chair position to the new agency. Budget 2019 has provided nearly $25 million over the next 5 years to ensure that there are enough staff to take on this new important role. I would now like to walk members through how the PCRC will work in practice. A Canadian who has a complaint about the actions or behavior of a CBSA member would lodge a complaint with either the CBSA, the Canadian Border Services Agency itself, or the PCRC. Regardless of where it was filed, one agency would alert the other to the complaint. There will be no wrong door for Canadians to knock on. The system will work for them in either case. The CBSA would then be required to investigate every complaint, much like the existing CRCC does for the RCMP. If the chair believes it would be in the public interest to do so, the PCRC can initiate its own investigation. The vast majority of complaints to the CBSA are already handled to the satisfaction of the complainant. For those not satisfied, they would be informed that they can request a subsequent complaint review from the fully independent PCRC. The review agency would have full access to documents and power to compel witnesses in order to ensure it can undertake a thorough investigation. If upon review, the PCRC was not satisfied with the CBSA's investigations and conclusions, it would make a report with any findings and recommendations. Il y a plusieurs domaines sur lesquels la commission d'examen des...
There are several areas that the PCRC would not be able to investigate because there are already existing bodies which could handle those types of complaints. For instance, officers of Parliament, like the Privacy Commissioner and the Official Languages Commissioner, are best suited to deal with complaints that fall within their jurisdiction.
For example, officers of Parliament, like the Privacy Commissioner and the Official Languages Commissioner, are best suited to deal with complaints that fall within their jurisdiction. Si une personne dépose une plainte auprès de LA,
If a person makes a complaint with the CBSA or the PCRC, which falls within those realms, either body would decline the complaint but inform that individual of the proper course of action.
the chair of the new PCRC would be able to conduct reviews of CBSA activities, behaviors, policies, procedures, and guidelines not related to national security. National security reviews would, of course, be handled by NCIRA. The Minister of Public Safety could also ask the agency to undertake such a review. In addition, the PCRC would be notified of any serious incident in which the actions of a CBSA officer may have resulted in serious injury or death. This includes immigration detainees who are being held in provincial corrections facilities on behalf of the CBSA. Further, the Minister of Public Safety or the President of the CBSA may deem that an incident is of such significance that the PCRC must investigate. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-98 would complete the review architecture for the public safety portfolio by creating a review body similar to the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP or the Office of the Correctional Investigator for Corrections Canada. This is another important step that will ensure Canadians have confidence in our border agency. But it is far from the only improvement our government has made over these past 4 years. Take, for instance, the new immigration detention framework and its focus on best rights of the child. Increased resources to combat gun and opioid smuggling at the border. New money for detector dogs that will help to ensure African swine fever contaminated meat does not enter Canada and decimate the stock of pork producers. The new entry-exit legislation that closes a major security gap by allowing us to know when someone is leaving the country. Or perhaps the new Pre-Clearance Act that will allow for expansion of pre-clearance sites in all 4 modes: air, land, marine, and rail. In addition, this act provides cargo pre-clearance to reduce wait times at the border. Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement...
Mr. Speaker, our government takes the security of Canada's borders seriously. We know that it not only needs to be secure from threats that would enter, but also be open to the legitimate travel and trade that drives our economy.
Mr. Speaker, the time left in the 42nd Parliament is unfortunately growing short. And I am convinced that this piece of legislation is leaps and bounds in improvement over the status quo. There is a reason, Mr. Speaker, why we committed to doing, Mr. Speaker. We've worked hard to make that happen with the RCMP, and now our other national security agencies have the same kind of mechanisms. And it is all about instilling confidence in the public that the powers that our national security agencies have are being used appropriately, and that their privacies and their rights and freedoms are being respected. At the same time, our national security agencies are working hard to keep them safe. Not only, I think one of the most significant steps forward is the implementation of C-22 and the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. Because now we have representatives from Parliament actually having access to classified security information, and they can make judgment about where we should go, what should the priorities are, what are the major threats, and they can share that information amongst themselves in a non-partisan way. And Mr. Speaker, the chair of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians did come before a committee and talked about the work that they do. They have issued their first annual report. And what he talked about really was the ability of this committee of parliamentarians to act in a non-partisan nature. And that is what allows it to do the kind of work we exactly need it to do. There are 3 senators and 8 elected members of parliament, and it's working, Mr. Speaker. The other Five Eyes Alliance countries have such an organization as a parliamentary or congressional review body, and now Canada does too. And even Bill C-59 that we've talked about would create the National Security and Intelligence Review Agencies. This standalone body would incorporate existing Security Intelligence Review Committee, which reviews CSIS, and the Office of the Communications Security Establishment Commissioner, which reviews CSC. And having this review function under one single umbrella, Mr. Speaker, will give it the flexibility and the ability to focus where they believe it needs to be done, Mr. Speaker. And they will also have the power and authority to review any department with a national security function. I like the name Super CERC, Mr. Speaker. I think it is representative of what we're trying to do, create an oversight organization that has the bandwidth and has the authority to review any national security agency's work to make sure that it's being done in terms of the legal authorities that they have, and as well that they have the ability to go across national security agencies if they need to find the information that pertains to a particular issue. We've argued for years, Mr. Speaker, that such a body is needed, that it can, as I said, follow a thread of evidence from one department to another, from one national security agency across boundaries to another. And even the federal court agrees, Mr. Speaker, that this kind of review agency needs to be created. It comes back to having national security agencies that have the confidence of its people. And now, I believe with these independent oversight agencies that have put into place, Canadians can be confident that our security and intelligence community has the tools to keep it safe, while at the same time respects their privacy, respects their freedoms and their rights. So, the Canada Border Services Agency was the last piece, Mr. Speaker. We're in Bill C-98. We are creating the Public Review and Complaints Commission, the PCRC. And this new agency would combine the existing review body for the RCMP, known as the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission, with the yet-to-be-created review body for the CBSA. And it would add a mandatory new deputy chair position to the new agency. I'd like to walk the members through how this PCRC, the Public Review and Complaints Commission, would work in practice. A Canadian who has a complaint about the actions or behavior of a CBSA member would lodge a complaint with either the CBSA itself or with the Public Review and Complaints Commission. It gives people two options to file a complaint. And the system is designed that once a complaint is filed with one agency, it is automatically transferred to the other agencies. So both knows what's going on, and both are responsible for addressing the particular complaint. And on top of that, even if a complaint has not been issued, and if the chair of the Public Review and Complaints Commission believes that it is in the public interest to do so, the Public Review and Complaints Commission can initiate its own investigation. So, if someone submits a complaint to the CBSA and they are not happy with the results, they can request a subsequent complaint review from the fully independent Public Review and Complaints Commission. This gives them two opportunities to address complaints that are coming from the public. This review agency would have full access to documents and the power to compel witnesses in order to ensure that it can make a thorough investigation. Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced that this piece of legislation is leaps and bounds improvement over the status quo. While some may want to improve some parts, I think most of us would agree that Canadians would be better off if this bill were to receive royal assent before we rise this summer. As we all know, Parliament can move quite expeditiously when we're all of a mind to do something in the public interest. And if any of my colleagues in this chamber on either side of the aisle would like to discuss prospects for this bill's passage, I would be pleased to have that conversation with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's remarks. I can see that the government wants to pass C-98 very quickly, but what I'd like to know is why it has taken the government almost 4 years to bring this bill through. They're bringing it in at the last minute, and yet it was a 2015 election promise. And why wasn't the CBSA union consulted in the drafting of this bill? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And if you look at the list of bills that have come forward out of public safety, it really is quite substantial. And yes, in the 2015 election, the mandate letter after that election, the mandate letter given to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness was quite significant. And we believe that we tackled the most difficult, the most contentious issues first, and fit those pieces of the puzzle together. And we had to create a framework within which this particular initiative would fit. And that's the reason behind the order with which we brought legislation forward to this House, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to just start off by acknowledging the incredible work that CBSA officials do on our country's behalf every day. They are often in very difficult situations and often have to make very difficult situations at our ports of entry, but overall they do a fantastic job. I want to follow up on my Conservative colleague's question about the timing of this bill. I don't think the Parliamentary Secretary is going to find any opposition in the House on the merits of this bill. I look forward to sending it to committee. Of course, we don't know what happens in the other place. That's the big question. We only have 4 weeks left. And Mr. Speaker, you know, back in 2014, my colleague, the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, when he was our party's public safety critic, raised this issue. This was an issue raised by the 2015 Senate Standing Committee on National Security, and again in a 2017 report by the Standing Committee of the House of Commons. So again, Mr. Speaker, with all of the vast resources that a majority government has at its disposal, why only now, on May 7th, did we see this important oversight bill brought forward with so little runway left? I would just like to understand the process that was involved and why this government could not have brought something in far sooner for us to consider and hopefully pass.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
And I thank the honourable member for his question. And I think if, as I said earlier, if you look at the minister's mandate letter and the amount of work that needed to be done to improve our national security agencies and independent oversight, there was quite a bit of work to do, Mr. Speaker. And we felt that we needed to put the most significant pieces of that puzzle together first. And if we could get buy-in from this House and the other House on the most substantive pieces, and based on the principles that underlie those pieces of law, that this one would be something people would say, okay, you've explained it up to now, why we need these kind of oversight bodies, and we could agree. So we felt we had to build it incrementally, the case for these kind of oversight bodies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech, but respectfully, with all due respect, this is a last-minute ditch effort to get a piece of legislation through that was promised over 3.5 years ago, and it's incomprehensible for me to stand here from Oshawa and understanding that the Liberal government did not even bother to consult the union and the union members who this piece of legislation would be affecting. My colleague from the NDP was quite right. We owe a lot of debt of gratitude to the men and women who stay at our border to keep us safe, but also to make sure that it's run efficiently. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this is just a testament to how poorly and how pathetic this government is running. At this stage of the game with our government, there was over 50% more bills passed. So in other words, they have right now about 63 bills that have received royal assent, and at the same time we had 97. And here they are bringing this important piece of legislation in the last minute. So I'm going to ask my colleague, number one, if she would answer the question of my former colleague, why they didn't actually bother to consult with the union. But then again, if this doesn't really get passed, who's it going to help before the next election? Because the timeline is very, very short.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. And as I said, we had a very, very ambitious timetable. We knew that we had to make some substantive and really challenging changes to our national security agencies and the way they operated. And we committed to Canadians to doing just that. So the piece by piece, the incremental changes, I think that was the approach we decided to take to bring Canadians along and to explain and educate and consult about how we're actually making our national security agencies work better for them. It's going to keep them safe and at the same time respect their rights and freedoms. And we felt that having those kind of discussions, and you're right, we've been having these discussions for 3.5 years. But now everyone, I think we're at the point where people understand what the strengths are, what the opportunities are, and I think that, of course, people always want to do more, so do we. But, Mr. Speaker, it was important to do this in an incremental way to get the buy-in from Canadians, and that's the approach we took. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just listening to the unholy alliance of the New Democrats and the Conservative Party saying, well, you know, why hasn't the government brought in the legislation earlier? And the first thing that came across my mind is that we have a very busy government, as the Parliamentary Secretary had indicated. From day one, when we brought in Bill 2, dealing with the tax cut to Canada's middle class. And it doesn't matter what piece of legislation this government brings in, the opposition always believes they have to talk more and more and more about. You know, the difference between the Liberal government and the opposition, the combined opposition, is we actually believe in working. Because there's still 20 days there, and my question to my colleague was, would she not agree that 20 days still allows us to continue to work hard as we have done from day one? Important piece of legislation. Just because there's 20 days doesn't mean that everyone gets a break. We work to the end.
You guys need to work hard.
Would she not agree?
Parliament Secretary.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. And I think our approach to this is we've been having these discussions for 3.5 years, Mr. Speaker. We have laid out what we believe the principles are that would underpin this kind of an independent review committee. So people understand, I think, the need, why we see the need for this kind of agency, and why the agency has to work in concert and similar to the agencies that review other national security agencies. So, Mr. Speaker, there should not be any surprise in this bill. This really should be quite straightforward, because we've done the work of explaining our approach and our priorities and the principles that underpin it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's time for one more short question. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the government says that it took time to draft the legislation. However, those people who testified before the committee said that there were no significant consultations on this bill, so the two are inconsistent. And now we've ended up with a last-minute bill before the House of Commons. So does that mean that once again there's going to be time allocation? And once again, not only will they not have consulted enough people, but they'll limit the time for debate in the House of Commons? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for her question. And as I already mentioned, we believe that incremental changes needed to be done this way, but that the principles that underpin this particular independent review agency are exactly the same principles that underpin the review agencies for CSIS or CSC or the RCMP. They are similar. They are designed to be serving Canadians, making sure that their freedom and their rights and their privacy are protected, but at the same time, give them the tools they need to bring complaints forward. So there's no surprise here, Mr. Speaker. There's no difference, substantive difference. All these oversight agencies are designed to do the same kind of work on behalf of Canadians. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The first thing I'd like to say is that we have a government mired in scandals, and a government that is mired in scandals can't possibly be efficient. And here we have a bill at the last minute, and we know why. Regardless, Mr. Speaker, it gives me pleasure to rise today in the House to speak to Bill C-98 an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and the Canada Border Services Agency Act. As you know, this bill renames the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police as the Public Complaints and Review Commission. This Civilian Review and Complaints Commission will be responsible for reviewing complaints filed by civilians. And what it means is that all law enforcement agencies will have an oversight mechanism. With this bill, the Prime Minister will be able to complain that he has honored an election promise that he made in 2015. However, the only thing that the Prime Minister will be able to do is claim that he kept his promise. Despite what the Parliamentary Secretary just said, I mean, what they're going to have to do, actually, is pass this at the end of a parliament. Well, how much time do we have left? A few weeks? And, of course, it's going to be impossible to be able to do this work adequately. So their promise won't be fulfilled because they mismanaged the work. We don't oppose C-98, but we do acknowledge there's work to do. And the current committee is already completely overwhelmed with work. The parliamentary secretary already said that there are several bills coming before the committee, and once again we end up with a bill like Bill C-98, and I don't see how we can possibly examine Bill C-98 given everything else there is to do on the Public Safety Committee. In order to be efficient, you have to be serious. And, the problems with the CBSA are due to that famous tweet in 2017. The Auditor General did his work, and everyone says that those 40,000 people who crossed our border illegally really is due to the fact that the Prime Minister put out that tweet. And it caused huge problems for officers on the ground at the CBSA who had to deploy resources at the Roxham crossing. And so now we have this congested border causing problems everywhere.
So our CSBA officers are doing their best, but the Prime Minister directly created this problem. Now the situation is simply beyond the absorption capacity needed. Now, the government seems to be having a hard time because they're facing scandal after scandal. There was the trip to India, where the Prime Minister made Canada an object of ridicule. It was a kind of trip that really led to nothing. But Canada was subjected to humiliation, and now we're looking at a scandal of a Prime Minister going to India, having pictures of himself taken. He was invited. We put a lot of time into, our committee put a lot of time into looking at this. So when you realize what it means when a government wants to go quickly, you should never forget what's happened over the past 3.5 years. Quebecers won't forget either what happened with Davie Shipyards. They were going to give this rich contract to Davie, but it's the complete opposite that happened. The Prime Minister had said or tried to do everything he could to cancel the contract awarded by Conservatives. The news was made known, and then we exerted pressure, and following the pressure that we exerted, the government changed it. But we, the Conservatives, are the ones who awarded the contract, and we got the Liberals to change because of our pressure. Because all these workers' jobs in Navy were in danger. Oh, they were saying, no, we believe in Navy shipyards, but the story is a little bit different. And then there is the whole affair of Vice Admiral Mark Norman, whose career could have been utterly devastated by this government. So this huge mess over 3.5 years, well, now we're asked to take this bill, and they're saying to us in the opposition, please help us with this. We want to get it through by the end of our term. And Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. They want to go so quickly and sort of not do things as they should. They're telling us in the opposition, we need your help. Yes, there are things that can be done in the interest of Canada and Canadians, but they waited for 4 years to deal with this issue. They said, well, we're going to do this correctly. And the worst, Mr. Speaker, is that we are going to support this bill, the C-98. It's an administrative bill that is consistent and we think will help with the way complaints are processed. But it's this whole crooked way of dealing with things of this government. This government which is just going from scandal to scandal to scandal. Now, we will support this bill, but another problem we have is that C-98 has been brought in to allow citizens to lodge complaints against the CSBA, or the CBSA, the Canadian Border Services Agency. But if there are problems with the agency, the Prime Minister has created a major problem because over the past 2 years, it's just an absolute nightmarish mess at our border. What we don't want is that they're saying we have an emergency. We have to get this through quickly so people can lodge complaints against our CBSA officers. There are so many problems with these people that people should be able to complain. If people in the agency are having a hard time, it's because of problems created by the government at our borders. So, Mr. Speaker, they're saying, oh, we have to get this through really, really fast. We have to get this complaint processing through as quickly as possible. Another reason that prevents me from really endorsing this completely, it's that over the past 2 years, when we asked questions about the border and border security, we were called racists, we were called fearmongers. They said that it was our fault, that there were management problems, there were problems with resources that were supposed to have been the Conservatives' fault from the previous government. Yes, they tried to rationalize the whole thing. There were changes made by the Conservative Party when we were in government, but they were administrative changes. But the decisions taken by the Conservative Party at the time, we wanted there to be, we didn't want to leave one agent alone at night, and now there are 2 people there for the night shift, and this was a decision that the Conservative government took. When Conservatives talk about security, we don't just, bandy words around. We actually take concrete action. And I can support the bill, but I have a hard time supporting a government that says one thing and does another. A government that attacks us for trying to regain control over our borders and regain control over our security. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, I don't want that our border agents be told, we're in a rush to get this through so that people can lodge complaints against you. They've had 4 years, and it seems they didn't even have the time to consult these people or consult their union. These are things, Mr. Speaker, that we really have a hard time understanding. My colleague in the NDP said with all the resources available to the government, it's not true that it's all that complicated. So they come in with a bill, it's an administrative thing, it's a cut and paste of what they did for the RCMP. So here they are again, like just ramming this through Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, trying to make people believe, trying to make Canadians believe that these few weeks at the end of this session, that C-98 has to get through really quickly. Look, it's not true because we have had an emergency at our borders. They should have done that way before. Now they just want to, as I say, push this through as fast as possible. We will support its passage, but, Mr. Speaker, we want to be cooperative to a certain extent. But they should take the official opposition seriously. They should take the NDP seriously. They have to work professionally. And they're dealing with this in a very unprofessional way. Further, you know how things work. Even if we did want to get it through as fast as possible, there are legislative steps with Bill 98, which is still before a committee. It would be technically impossible to go through committee, then Senate, then back, or we'd be working till August. So, I think in the case of C-98, the government really has fallen flat on its face, wasn't able to deliver the bill at an appropriate moment so that we could deal with it professionally. No, the government has been entirely taken up with its scandals. Because the Prime Minister wasn't ready to govern, he's still not ready to govern. So even if we're going to support this bill, we know that this bill will have to go through its various stages. And I think if the government wants our cooperation, they're going to have to treat this as it should be appropriately. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Honourable member for his speech, and I have to agree with him that Canadians would like to see this kind of a commission established, and I think it's important to Canadians that they know that their national security agencies are keeping them safe while at the same time respecting their privacy and their rights. And I'd like to ask the honourable member if where is the difference? What is it that would that concerns him about this bill in terms of the powers of our national security agencies? Thank you.
The Honourable Member. Well, I thank my colleague for her question. Well, our concern is the concern that the entire opposition has. They have not consulted the union, not in the least. They didn't discuss things with them. about this bill that was coming up, so that to know if agents would have anything to say about this. They might have they might have a particular opinion. These are people who will be directly affected by this measure. So from the very beginning, we can't support this unreservedly. We will be supporting it, but will there be time to go to committee and have all the witnesses we want testified? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague if he feels the government is now going to bring in time allocation. Not only have they not consulted properly, but they're going to limit debate in the House. Or is it that they never intended to get this passed? We've got it now at the last minute. So are they going to punish us for their lack of organization? The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my NDP colleague. What she has said is really not a question, it's an assertion, which I completely support, that they seem to be doing this in a kind of desperate way at the very end of the session because they want to check off their list of promises. And they'll say, because we couldn't do this because of the opposition, but we know that's absolutely not the case. It's another one of their desperate attempts.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for his speech. And I just want to commend him for his work on the committee. As Vice Chair, it's been a pleasure to work with him and the Honourable Member from the NDP. It's been a high-functioning committee, I would describe it as. Given that there is a general consensus in all parties that C-98 is an important bill, and there is not a great deal of disagreement among all of the parties, and given that this committee does work well together, would he be prepared to deal with this in an expeditious manner before the committee, and B, would he be prepared to let this come to a vote today so that it can be referred to the committee and we avoid all of the angst that comes with time allocation motions, et cetera, et cetera. So it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that in the House there is a fairly significant consensus, so why not let it come to a vote and get referred to the committee, and then I'm sure I'll solicit my honourable colleagues' cooperation in laying on additional meetings for dealing with C-98.
The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and given our very heavy agenda in committee, I don't know if we can deal with this adequately. I think we've got, as I say, a pretty full agenda.
For one more question, question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our honourable colleague for the considerable amount of work that he's done on this file over the course of the last 3.5 years. Our honourable colleague, the parliamentary secretary, stood and said that they had consulted broadly with Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast, but the one group that they forgot, seemingly, would be the the frontline workers, the CBSA. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask our honourable colleague why he thinks or he feels that this blatant disregard to the employees, the hardworking frontline employees of the CBSA, why they were not consulted.
The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a great question. When they promised in 2015 to deal with this situation, here we are 3.5 years later, near the end of this session. We had the Liberals haven't talked to the unions who represent the people who are actually on the ground. I can't really understand this, and this is why I can't accept the government's wish to get this through as quickly as possible, because the message that's being sent to Canadians is that we have to make it as easy as possible for people to complain, but the others haven't been consulted, and I think this is going to create yet another mess. And in good French, we would say, whoa. There will be another 3 minutes for questions and comments to the member after when the debate resumes.
Déclaration de député. La députée de Laurentides-Laval.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Laval.
A few hours ago that one of the most interesting people that I've ever met passed away suddenly during the night. Journalist, storyteller, war correspondent, constituent, and friend, Paul William Roberts is known for his coverage of the two Iraq wars for Harper's Magazine, as well as his many books, including Empire of the Soul, Journey of the Magi, and A War Against Truth. Born in Wales, his career spanned the world, having studied in England and taught in India before working as a producer for both the BBC and the CBC, among others. In 2005, he was the inaugural winner of the PEN Canada Paul Kidd Award for Courage in Journalism. A humble man, Paul suffered the effects of the many wars he had covered, and about a decade ago he lost the ability to see. He was felled by a sudden brain hemorrhage last night and was transferred to Sacré-Cœur Hospital in Montreal early this morning to offer his organs for transplant. It should encourage all of us to know that his enormous heart will live on. To his wife, Cara, and to his kids, my deepest condolences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, for over 40 years, JDRF, the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, has been a global leader in the search for an end to type 1 diabetes through both research funding and advocacy. One of those helping achieve this goal of a cure is JDRF Edmonton Youth Ambassador Ava Sexton. I had the fortune of meeting Ava, her sisters, and her mom at my office recently. Ava's an absolute dynamo, and when she's not cheerleading or running, she's educating people in Edmonton on type 1 diabetes, sometimes speaking to crowds well over 100, despite being just 9 years old. Ava states, "A cure for me would mean no more finger pokes, no more having to treat lows and highs, and no more having to sit out my activities." Ava, you are an absolute inspiration. I know against you, type 1 diabetes doesn't have a chance. It's because of people like Ava that Edmonton is known as a city of champions.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember a great man from my riding, James Stewart, also known as Grandad Jim. Jim was born in Glasgow, Scotland, and trained in Canada as a Royal Air Force pilot. Jim was a catafighter. Catafighters flew one-way missions since there was nowhere for them to land. For his brave actions during the war, Jim was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross, the 1939 to 1945 Star, the Atlantic Star and Bar, the France and Germany Star, the Defense Medal, and the Imperial War Medal. Jim never saw himself as a hero because he was one of the lucky ones that came home. Following the war, Jim emigrated to St. Andrews, New Brunswick. Jim was a pillar of all of our communities. He would volunteer to read to elementary school children and deliver Meals on Wheels. For his many contributions to our country, Jim was awarded the Order of New Brunswick and the Governor General's Caring Canadian Award. Mr. Speaker, Grandad Jim was a kind man who gave the best of himself to others. He will be well remembered. My deepest appreciation to Jim's family for sharing him with all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sioux.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 15th annual International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. This day calls for an end to discrimination, hate, and violence that still faces our communities. In Canada, discrimination still makes life challenging and unsafe for LGBTQ Canadians, especially when discrimination is compounded by racism, colonialism, and economic inequality. We know that trans and gender diverse people still face barriers in obtaining equal access to health services, including gender confirmation surgery, gender affirming identity documents, and equal access to housing and employment. More than 70 countries still enforce homophobic and transphobic criminal sanctions. 7 have the death penalty. Many more countries remain unsafe for us. Once again, New Democrats call on the government to create a path to safety for those LGBTQ2 refugees who have no choice but to flee their homes. Let's make sure they can find a path to safety here in Canada.
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about an incredible place in my riding that encourages my constituents to embrace their ingenuity, creativity, the Pickering Public Library. I recently had the pleasure of visiting the Pickering Library with the Prime Minister, and we were able to see the state-of-the-art technology and services provided to residents through their makerspace. And it's in this space that Pickering resident Hamail Chowdhury, an engineering student at UOIT, first began 3D printing. With these new skills, Hamail, alongside his co-inventor Salman Khan, won the Microsoft's Imagine Cup with their invention of the Smart Arm. The Smart Arm aims to be priced at less than $1,000, helping change the lives of an estimated 1 million hand amputees. Hamail was able to demonstrate this technology to the Prime Minister during his visit. I look forward to seeing what future creations will stem from the Pickering Library's makerspace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, recently I had the honour of presenting the Sovereign's Medal to local Scout Captain Brian Sainer of Elmira. The Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers is awarded by the Governor-General to Canadians in recognition of their extraordinary contributions to their communities. I can think of no one who deserved this award more than Brian. On the occasion of Canada's 150th birthday, I was also honoured to award Brian one of Kitchener-Conestoga's Canada 150 Awards, medals given to 150 constituents of Kitchener-Conestoga who have made a positive contribution to our community. Since 1970, for almost 50 years, Brian Sainer has been involved in the 1st Elmira Scouts, and for the last 10 years, he has served as commissioner. Working with young people, instilling important life lessons, sharing his love of the outdoors and the environment have motivated Brian's selfless service. Without Brian's influence, the Elmira Scouts would not be who they are today. It is people like Brian that make our community the very best in Canada. Thank you, Brian.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 13th, the members of the Board of Directors of Dépanneurs Sylvestre received the Medal of the Lieutenant Governor of Quebec for exceptional merit. Dépanneurs Sylvestre has been in operation for 17 years and has served up more than 10,000 dinners and brunches. For this grassroots initiative, inclusion and unconditional welcome are core values. It's a place of self-help where people come together for many activities like vegetarian community meals, shows with local artisans, workshops, and conferences. I'd like to thank the members of the Board of Directors as well as all staff and volunteers for their dedication. I join the entire Hull-Aylmer community in congratulating you on this great success. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week marks Kids Help Phone's 30th anniversary. Over the course of 3 decades, their counselors have responded to more than 10 million Canadian youth in need of support. In 1989, the founders of Kids Help Phone mortgaged their homes to create this service. That risk has been rewarded many times over through the thousands of young lives they have saved. As the times have changed, they've added more services. Today, kids who need help are able to call, text, or chat 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And while technologies have changed, Kids Help Phone's mission has stayed the same. They promise all of our kids that they will always be there for them. No matter what it is they need to talk about, Kids Help Phone is there to listen. Regardless of time or day, there is always a warm body on the other end offering confidentiality, no judgment, and a space where they can start feeling better. Kids Help Phone is working towards a country where there will be no wrong door for children who are trying to access mental health services. And I, for one, Mr. Speaker, think we should do everything we can to help.
Honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, the history books will not be kind to this Prime Minister, who has played a shell game with Canadians. 4 long, failure-prone years of broken promises, frequent scandals, and controversy has Canadians realizing the Prime Minister sold them a bill of goods. That's right. Where are the sunny ways and transparency the Prime Minister promised to bring to government? It certainly wasn't on display in the corrupt dealings that brought us the SNC-Lavalin and Vice Admiral Norman affairs. That's right. Where's the balanced budget promised Canadians by 2019? Still more than 20 years distant, according to the Finance Department, as this tax and spend government continues to sink future generations into debt. Mr. Speaker, there is no lack of examples that the Prime Minister played a cynical bait and switch on Canadians 4 years ago in his bid for power. The good news is Canadians have a chance just a few months from now to say no more to a Liberal Prime Minister who is definitely not as advertised.
The honourable member for Avignon-La-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to highlight an extraordinary initiative by Cheminots de Saint-Rémy Elementary School in Price. More than a year ago, teacher Geneviève Giguère was looking for a way to motivate young people and get them excited about school. As a former student of the Conservatory of Music, Mrs. Giguère suggested to the principal that the school offer guitar lessons. The school enthusiastically climbed on board. And its mission accomplished. The results are clear. On Monday here on Parliament Hill, the group revealed that it won gold at Music Fest Canada, which was held in Ottawa. And that's not all. It also won gold at Music Fest Quebec in Montreal. I had the opportunity to meet and greet these students, and I could see the fire in their eyes, the sense of belonging and the pride in being part of this group. I'd like to thank and congratulate Geneviève Giguère and the school administration. Your willingness to innovate for the benefit of education sets a great example. And congratulations to the students on your achievement. Keep up the fun.
Mr. Speaker, after 150 years, Kings Mills Department Store closed its doors in downtown London. Everyone who shopped at the beautiful store fondly remembers riding on the old-fashioned, manually operated elevator. They also remember the man at the helm of the store, Fred Kingsmill, who died this week at the age of 90. I last had the opportunity to speak to this great businessman a couple of months ago. He had a smile that would light up a room and knew how important it was to give back to the community. Fred was the president of Kings Mills for 33 years and was the fourth generation to own and operate this historic department store. Fred was a farmer, a businessman, a philanthropist, and a true gentleman. Two of his favorite sayings were, "Be of good cheer," and "Do well, doubt not." Fred, London will miss you dearly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
On this day in 2006, Captain Nicola Goddard was killed in Afghanistan. During the war, Canadians would gather along the Highway of Heroes as fallen soldiers made their final journey home. This public demonstration of pride in our forces was overwhelming. Veterans, their families, and Canadians have been waiting for the Afghan memorial that was originally built in Kandahar to be displayed publicly, where we can all, as a grateful nation, remember their sacrifice. A working group in 2011 considered sanctity to be the most important aspect of the memorial, followed by visibility and accessibility. The opposite has happened. We've learned that this government has chosen to hide the memorial behind closed doors at DND headquarters. There was a secret dedication service that no one knew about until it was posted on Facebook 3 days after it happened. Not even family members of the fallen were invited. Instead of being placed proudly in a public area, family members in the public will have to request an appointment. This is shameful. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, Minister of Defense, a veteran himself, must reverse this decision. Veterans and their families of the fallen deserve so much more than this government is giving them.
Honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to a very important initiative. Today marks the first day of Face Equality Week, a campaign to raise public awareness on the issue of facial discrimination. People with facial differences want us to know that they have value. They deserve our respect. About Face is the Canadian organization that's leading this cause, and they'll mark May 17th to 24th by addressing issues of bullying, focusing on education, employment discrimination, media bias. For example, a vital step in the recovery of burn survivors is accepting their changed appearance and gaining confidence in social situations. Let us take this time to pay attention to the difficulties experienced by burn survivors and others whose faces have their own beauty. Let's pledge to make our communities more welcoming and to celebrate the diversity of our differences, and let's take on this challenge face on.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge 16-year-old Sierra Robinson and the Cowichan Valley chapter of the Earth Guardians, who are organizing a youth climate strike for action in my riding today. And environmental consciousness is awakening in Canada's youth, who are increasingly looking at the threat of climate change and to their future on this planet. Human-caused greenhouse gas emissions are warming our planet, and our current trend will see us arrive at an increase of between 3 and 5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. The ecological and economic consequences of this warming will dwarf anything and everything humans have ever faced during our time on Earth. Unfortunately, our federal government, through its continued subsidies to oil and gas and its purchase of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, is not meeting the expectations of our youth. We have the skills, the technology, and the know-how to make a transition to the renewable energy economy of the future. We just need the political will to make it happen.
Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Brooks Bandits hockey team promised a winning season. They set a record for wins, no losses home. They're playing for the Canadian Junior A Championship this weekend in the city of Brooks. But, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised openness and transparency, but he delivered the opposite. He shut down 2 committee investigations trying to cover up his political interference in SNC Lavalin. His government's shameful handling of Mark Norman case is just the latest proof that these are the same old scandal-ridden, entitled Liberals. The Prime Minister promised to make life more affordable for the middle class. What a joke. He has hiked taxes at every opportunity to pay for his out-of-control spending. He's putting a tax on everything with his carbon tax and a GST tax on top of the carbon tax. Well, it's a scam. It's not an environmental plan. The Prime Minister promised near collaboration with provinces and territories, but now he's fighting them in court over his carbon tax. The list of broken promises goes on, Mr. Speaker. Canadian buyers have had enough. They've had buyer's remorse. This Prime Minister is not as advertised.
Member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, almost a year ago in Ontario, there was a Conservative ad that said, "Don't be afraid, there will be a French university in Ontario." They told parents of autistic children to be confident that there would be solutions forthcoming, and they were told that there would be more good news. What a horror film.
Ford's best friend and his Conservatives. They told us a price on pollution would increase the unemployment rate. Have a little faith, said we. 100,000 more jobs in a month surely shuts down that debate. They told us don't invest in infrastructure. It's bad for the future. Have no fear, 1 million more jobs and the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. What Doug Ford's best friends and his Conservatives don't realize is that our policies are having a positive impact in people's lives, and they're much more better than advertised.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, despite this House seeing it fit to apologize to Vice Admiral Norman, the Liberals on the Defence Committee refused to invite him to tell his story. Today, the Globe and Mail is reporting that the Prime Minister is the one who angrily launched the RCMP investigation that identified Mark Norman. The charge against Vice Admiral Norman has been stayed. The judge said he is a free man, but the Liberals won't let him talk. Why are these Liberals doing the Prime Minister's dirty work? What are they trying to cover up?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that the committee works independently of the government. I know it's difficult for them to understand, Mr. Speaker, because under their government, we know perfectly well who controlled the committees. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the process regarding Vice Admiral Norman and the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, they said that no outside factors were taken into consideration. There was no outside influence either on the PPSC, including political interference in the decision to lay charges and the decision to stay the prosecution. And any statement to the contrary is absurd.
Eastman.
Well, it sounds like the Liberal cover-up goes on. Mr. Speaker, Vice Admiral Mark Norman served this country with honor and distinction for 30 years. Yet these Liberals won't even give him 30 seconds at one committee meeting to tell his story. They're covering up and protecting the Prime Minister and his involvement in this matter. The Globe and Mail revealed today that the Prime Minister is the one who demanded the investigation. Why would the Prime Minister think it's appropriate to politically direct an RCMP investigation?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the member seems to be dumbfounded that as the head of a government, the Prime Minister would be concerned about leaks of cabinet confidence. I would hope that any Prime Minister would be concerned, and that members should understand that when it comes to the RCMP, it is an independent organization, and the decision to launch the investigation was made by the RCMP alone. As the Director of Public Prosecution of Canada confirmed last week, the decision to initiate the investigation, lay charges, stay the charges were made independently without political interference. The member might want to listen to what's being said out there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
The minister may want to actually think about what actually happened here, and that it was the Prime Minister who demanded the investigation to find a scapegoat for his cabinet leaks. On 2 occasions, the Prime Minister stated publicly that Vice Admiral Norman would be charged even before the charges were laid and the investigation was complete. We now know that the Liberals withheld evidence from the RCMP, the public prosecutor, and Norman's defense team. Vice Admiral Norman deserves better than this kind of treatment from the Liberals. Why are the Liberals tarnishing the great reputation of Vice Admiral Norman just to protect this Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
As the honourable member well knows, the RCMP is an independent body and chooses to investigate and gather evidence on its own, independent of government sources. With respect to documents, Mr. Speaker, our government fulfilled all requests to the court for third-party records applications. In fact, we put together a process with the court to ensure that those documents could be identified and then screened, Mr. Speaker, ultimately by the judge in question. And so we fulfilled all our obligations, and we were cited by the court, Mr. Speaker, for having done so.
The
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the true story is that the Prime Minister wanted to do whatever it took to find a scapegoat to blame the leaks on the Davy matter. Twice the Prime Minister stated publicly that Vice Admiral Norman would be charged before the investigation even wrapped up. And worse still, the Prime Minister said that the RCMP had acted independently when they actually hid their evidence. Will the Prime Minister admit that his behavior is worthy of a police state? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As we have said, the member should know that all actions taken by the PPSC are taken independently. And if he doesn't think so, perhaps he should take a law course on the topic. As the director said last week, no other factors were taken into consideration. There was no outside contact or influence, including political influence, in the initial decision to prosecute Vice Admiral Norman or to stay the prosecution. Mr. Speaker, the opposition knows full well that all these statements are absolutely absurd. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I have no lesson to take from the Parliamentary Secretary. And just as in SNC-Lavalin, they think that they have something about the law to teach us. The Globe and Mail wasn't inventing this morning when it wrote on the first pages this morning that the Prime Minister, in the middle of a temper tantrum worthy of a spoiled brat, ordered the RCMP to investigate Norman. It's pretty serious when the Prime Minister can say, I'm angry, you have to do what I say to the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, why is it that the Liberals have refused? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order, please. Mr. Speaker. The member opposite knows full well that committees work independently of government. Now, he's talking about lessons. Well, let's talk about lessons. Mr. Speaker, remember the fighter jets when the former government had 2 series of numbers, one for the public and one for themselves? They're talking about transparency, Mr. Speaker. How could they talk about transparency? We follow the process. We respect the judicial process in this country. We respect our legal institutions, and will continue to do that.
East.
The cost to taxpayers to the Phoenix disaster is as high as $2.6 billion, and it won't be scrapped until 2023. Meanwhile, tens and thousands of workers continue to have their lives disrupted. My constituents call the Pay Center, and we're told that they can't help them. The minister told MPs to bring cases to her office directly. Well, we have done that and got nowhere. Budget 2019 won't fix this dumpster fire. More resources will be needed to fix this ongoing debacle. In what world is this an acceptable way to treat workers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Service.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, we were left with the utter debacle of the Phoenix pay system. 700 public servants summarily dismissed. Shameful. Millions and tens of millions of dollars cut from the federal budget to pay our public servants. This government is committed entirely to paying our public servants on time and accurately. That's why we've put in place the technological, human, and other resources necessary to do it. That has yielded an approximate 1/3 reduction in the amount of transactions that are in the backlog, and we will continue to work without fail until we get that down to zero.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Help, Mr. Speaker. Jack Layton's Climate Change Accountability Act was passed in this House not once but twice before it was killed by the unelected and unaccountable Senate. And former MP Megan Leslie was advocating for a Green New Deal to avert climate disaster 10 years ago. When the NDP asked the Minister of Environment to do more on the climate emergency, her response, I don't get it. The Minister from Strathcona, Edmonton, has tabled an environmental Bill of Rights for all Canadians. We have 11 years to act. Will the Prime Minister support the NDP's environmental Bill of Rights?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I for her question and for the NDP's interest in putting forward a climate plan. However, it's interesting that over the past 3 years, they seem not to have been paying attention to the measures that we are implementing. The Pan-Canadian Framework on Climate Change includes over 50 measures that's going to help bring our emissions down. We've put a price on pollution that's going to put more money in the pockets of families. We've made the largest investment in the history of public transit, and by 2030, 90% of our electricity will be generated from clean resources. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the honourable member's question, we look forward to all kinds of new ideas, and I'd be happy to discuss with her the next steps when it comes to considering an environmental Bill of Rights.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Libasque. Mr. Speaker, just allow me to recap. Shortly after the 2015 election, the Liberals strutted around Paris in a lovely public relations exercise, but back in Canada, it's another story. They're maintaining the Conservative insufficient targets that they won't even reach. They're putting a price on carbon, yes, but they're exempting the largest emitters. They bought a $4.5 billion pipeline, and this year they're going to give more than $3 billion in subsidies to the oil and gas industry, and they have the nerve to vote against a motion that proposes concrete actions and instead propose a motion that only pays lip service. When are they going to stop taking Canadians for fools? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, and in fact the entire NDP, has good intentions when it comes to climate change, but the question just put on the floor of the House of Commons demonstrate that they don't bring the thoughtfulness required to develop policy that's actually going to meaningfully reduce our emissions. For example, he's just cited the fact that big emitters are somehow exempt from our plan. Let me be unequivocal on this point. Big emitters are going to pay a price on pollution, and that is why families will be better off, and 8 out of 10 will have more money in their pockets at the end of the day. With respect to the motion that he's just referred to, they've called for the immediate end to all fossil fuel subsidies. Had they consulted with Indigenous people, they would have realized it would leave.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Libasque. On another topic, Mr. Speaker, a third of the municipalities in my riding, 13 out of 39, have little or no cell coverage. While big cities are salivating at the idea of soon getting 5G, regions are still fighting to have access to 3G. In Budget 2019, there are funds for high-speed internet. Great. But once again, zip for cell coverage. And that's not the first time we've raised this issue. The Liberals persist in avoiding that question each time. I'm talking about cell phone coverage, not high speed. Why do the Liberals treat people in the regions like second-class citizens? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank also the member from Pontiac who raised this important issue in his motion M208, which this whole House supported. Mr. Speaker, we know it's important for rural communities to have access to broadband and cell phone coverage. It's a safety issue. It's an economic issue. With our fall economic statement, we made sure that through the accelerated capital cost allowance, there are telcos who are investing in cell phone coverage. We will continue to do everything we can to make sure that Canadians have that access. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when the former Attorney General spoke truth to power and refused to allow the law to be broken, she was fired. But when Ben Chin abused his position of power to inappropriately put pressure on that same Attorney General, he was given a promotion. When CBC reporter James Cudmore was revealed to be at the center of the Norman scandal, he got a job with the Minister of Defence.
Nice.
Now, why is it that this Liberal government punishes those who tell the truth and promotes those who try to cover it up?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it seems like the member is finally, the Conservatives have woken up and realized that it's important that we talk about jobs. Let's talk about jobs, Mr. Speaker. This government has been investing in Canadians in skills development. And by investing in Canadians and in communities across this country, Canadians have created over 1 million jobs. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about almost 4 years in government, and we have been able to, by actually having better relationships with provinces and municipalities, investing in infrastructure, investing in Canadians, lowering taxes on middle-class Canadians, lowering taxes on small businesses.
The honourable member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to prove that he doesn't care about right or wrong as long as he gets his way. When he tried to interfere in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, his Attorney General got in the way, so he fired her. Ben Chin was one of the Prime Minister's conspirators in his attempt to undermine justice. He got a promotion. The message is clear. If you do the PM's dirty work, you get rewarded. What self-respecting parliamentarian would tolerate and defend, Mr. Speaker, defend this corruption?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was proud to be elected to represent the good people in the riding of Waterloo to ensure that in government and in the House of Commons, we represented the voices of Canadians. Under 10 years of Stephen Harper's, Canadians became tired of only Conservatives being represented. But what we did is we made a commitment to ensure that all voices would be represented. And by ensuring that we work with all Canadians from coast to coast to coast, today we have an economy that is working. That economy by Canadians have created over 1 million jobs. Today we have almost 300,000 children lifted out of poverty because of the tax-free care child benefit. Over 800,000 Canadians better off today, but, Mr. Speaker... Sorry.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, instead of a lackluster record of a few achievements over the past 4 years, the Prime Minister is actually collecting scandals and shameful behaviour on the part of his close circle. By promoting Ben Chin, who tried to circumvent the rule of law in the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the Prime Minister is confirming that he approves this kind of absolutely unacceptable behaviour. How can the Prime Minister justify to Canadians that this kind of behaviour deserves a promotion rather than a layoff? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, and I'll repeat it, our priority will always be Canadians. Those are the people we are here to work for. And that is why we have made investments. That is why we're working with provinces and communities. And with our investments, Canadians today have created more than 1 million jobs. That means there are more Canadians working today. And that is better for the economy because they will continue to invest and have better communities. The Conservatives don't have a plan. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, a key actor in the SNC-Lavalin scandal was a minister's chief of staff, and he also tried to do whatever he could to make the former Attorney General of Canada and her staff go against the law, and he unscrupulously threatened them. Mr. Speaker, the more crooked you are, the more likely you are to be promoted in the Liberal Party. Why does the Liberal government reward those who obstruct the legal process? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that the governments are engaged in petty politics because they don't have a plan for the economy. They don't have a plan for the environment. But on this side of the House, we're going to continue to work for Canadians. And we know that if we make investments and we work with Canadians, we are going to have a stronger economy. And that's exactly why Canadians have created more than 1 million jobs over the 4 years of our government. But the Conservatives were there for 10 years.
That economy is what they had.
The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing, Pembroke.
Ben Chin tried to interfere with the justice system. He moved up to the Prime Minister's office. When the former Attorney General upheld the justice system, she was fired, booted out of caucus, and kicked out of the party. So for the Liberals, if you do the Prime Minister's dirty work, you get promoted. If you uphold the rule of law, you're out. Why don't the Liberals understand that this is wrong?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have a justice system that's intact in Canada. We have offices of Parliament that we can have confidence in, as well as an independent judicial system. And what's clear is that we have confidence in those institutions, and that's what Canadians can also have confidence in. But unfortunately, the Conservatives will always undermine them, and they will continue to mislead Canadians. But let's talk about this fiscal situation we inherited when we took office 4 years ago. We had, under the Conservatives, the lowest growth since the Great Depression. But what we did is we worked with Canadians, we invested in Canadians, and guess what, Mr. Speaker? Canadians have created over 1 million jobs, better than advertised.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, let's talk about job losses under the Liberals. Here's the facts. The SNC-Lavalin scandal resulted in the firing of 2 respected and competent ministers. The SNC-Lavalin scandal resulted in the resignation of 2 top advisors to the Prime Minister. Long before these terminations and resignations, Ben Chin, the Finance Minister's Chief of Staff, was attempting to undermine the independence of our justice system. So, was Ben Chin fired or forced to resign? No. He was promoted to the Prime Minister's office. How is it even possible that Chin gets promoted and cabinet ministers get fired?
Good question. The Honourable Government House Leader.
We've just seen now 6 questions in a row, and what do the Conservatives do? The Conservatives sling mud and they focus on us. But Mr. Speaker, what will we do? We will focus on Canadians. And that's exactly why, by focusing on Canadians, lowering taxes on middle-class Canadians, increasing them on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians, Canadians are better off today than they were under 10 years of Stephen Harper. By bringing forward the tax-free Canada Child Benefit, almost 300,000 children lifted out of poverty, over 800,000 Canadians better off today than they were under 10 years of Stephen Harper. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? That's because we will continue to work for Canadians, focus on Canadians. Those benefits.
Honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear now that there are 2 keys to ending the HIV/AIDS epidemic. Everyone knowing their status and those who are HIV positive having access to treatment. Yet many Canadians still lack access to both testing and treatment. Following up on a question I asked the Prime Minister last December, and in view of the imminent Health Canada approval of new home testing kits and point-of-care kits, will the government commit today to a well-funded federal program to make those new testing options available to every Canadian, including those in rural, remote, and Indigenous communities?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is deeply committed to addressing HIV/AIDS and supporting the Canadians who live with it. That's why we're investing $87 million annually to tackle it, and we're the first country in the world to support the principle that undetectable is the same as untransmittable. We remain committed to expanding access to antiretroviral drugs and other crucial medications that help address HIV. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
La députée de Laurier.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Say the right thing and do nothing about it, government is at it again. Il y a 3 ans, Steve.
3 years ago, Stéphane Dion, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, announced with great fanfare during an event sponsored by my colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh that Canada would be signing the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture. That was in 2016, and we're now in 2019. Nothing.
The government at long last walk the talk and ratify the protocol, or is it only for show, as usual.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Our government has been unequivocal in our stance on human rights, Mr. Speaker. They are an integral part of our foreign policy because they are an integral part of who we are as Canadians. We use every opportunity to promote and protect the fundamental freedoms enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Canadians can be proud of the strong principles our government has taken in promoting and protecting human rights at home and abroad.
Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, the Conservative government announced the creation of an Afghanistan war monument to mark the service and sacrifice of Canadians in the longest engagement our forces have been in. The Liberals cancelled that project. This week, the government quietly announced an Afghanistan memorial that's not even accessible to the public. The families of the fallen have to book an appointment to see it, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister of Veterans Affairs apologize to Afghanistan families, to military families, for failing them once again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we truly appreciate the service of our men and women in Afghanistan over several years. The monument is for the soldiers and is open to families upon request. And the government also foresees the construction of a monument that will be open to the public. We are planning that. Once again, we have the greatest respect for our men and women, including those who served in Afghanistan and our various missions abroad. We will make sure that that monument is accessible to the public and families.
Mr. Speaker, when the Liberal government cancelled plans for the Afghanistan War Memorial, the MP for Canada Carleton, a veteran herself, promised a new monument would be built quickly and would be accessible to Canadians. This week, we see that despite 4 years, Mr. Speaker, she broke her promise to veterans yet again. Will the Public Safety Parliamentary Secretary, the MP for Canada Carleton, stand in this House and apologize to Afghanistan veterans for failing them to deliver this monument over the last 4 years?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To commemorating the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces and all those who made the ultimate sacrifice is absolutely critical, and we support that. And that is why we will be building the monument in question. And it will reflect the needs of the communities, the veterans, and the Canadian public, as well as the families. Veterans and their families will be invited at the appropriate time to visit this beautiful monument that will be available to everyone in
Melville.
On Monday, a secret dedication service was held for the Afghanistan Memorial Hall tucked away in National Defense Headquarters. The public was not invited and are not allowed to visit in the future. Veterans and families of the fallen were shut out of this ceremony. What a despicable lack of respect for those who made the ultimate sacrifice on the battlefields of Afghanistan. Afghan veterans and veterans' families want to know which of the last 4 ministers of Veterans Affairs let them down, or was it all of them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Mr. Speaker, our government puts above all the importance of all those who served here and abroad. We are not playing politics with our veterans. The monument will be built, the commemoration will happen, families will have access. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that we hold dear the commemoration of this monument that is so important to everyone.
They've had 4 years to get this right, and in another shocking display of disrespect towards our veterans, the Liberals refuse to invite Canadian soldiers who put their lives on the line in Afghanistan or families of Canadians who died for our country to the dedication of the memorial. No one even knew about it until it was posted on Facebook 3 days ago. Even worse, the memorial is, get this, not open to the public or families of the fallen without an appointment. Our families of Canadian soldiers who died in Afghanistan not entitled to a public memorial, or does the Prime Minister consider that more than he can give them right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as we have just said, we are in the planning stages of this memorial. And I think it's rather strange that the opposition is talking about the veterans. They forgot about them for 10 years. They closed veterans' offices. They cut the assistance to veterans. They cut in the Department of Defense. So how can they rise in this House and claim to defend veterans when they neglected them for 10 years? We will always defend them, and we will build that memorial that will be open to the public, veterans, and families of those veterans.
For Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised to do politics differently, but on the ground for many seniors, life is still unaffordable. Yes, it's positive that we have a Minister of Seniors, but people in my community still can't afford to pay for the care they need as they age. We must do better for people who built this country. The GIS increase is a small drop in the bucket, and many people never see that increase, and Saskatoon seniors are struggling. Will the government ensure that seniors in Saskatoon can afford the care they need to age with dignity? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Seniors.
Values the contributions that our seniors have made and continue to make to our communities. We have taken action to combat seniors' poverty since the day we got elected. Budget 2019 supports low-income seniors who work by increasing earnings exemption for the GIS from $3,500 to $5,000. We've restored the age of eligibility for OAS and GIS to 65, preventing 100,000 people from falling into poverty, and we increased the GIS to the most vulnerable single seniors to up to almost $1,000 more a year, and that's helping 900,000 seniors. In fact, in my riding alone, that's 4,000 seniors receiving that increase.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, thousands of public sector employees are still living with the aftermath of the Phoenix fiasco and Liberal inaction. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that replacing the system would cost less than fixing it. The pathetic management of this file by the Liberal government is insulting for workers in the public service. Mr. Speaker, why are they so stubborn? When will this government put an end to the Phoenix scandal? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are working flat out, and we stand in solidarity with the employees who have been hurt by this system that was bequeathed to us by the Harper government. On our part, we will put the necessary resources in to fix a system that the Conservatives did not want to pay for adequately. Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday, the Prime Minister announced a new process for Supreme Court appointments. This process will allow Quebec to participate fully. Can the Prime Minister or the Minister of Justice inform the House of this new process and how it differs from previous processes? The Honourable Minister of Justice. We came to a historical memorandum of understanding with the Quebec government. This will be in order to honor the province's unique and historic legal system. It also reflects the commitment of the government to do things in a consultative way when filling Supreme Court positions. Mr. Speaker, with this agreement, we have settled a historic matter with Quebec.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Victoria Day long weekend, as people in my province of Saskatchewan are driving to the lake, they are going to be paying higher gas prices thanks to the Liberals' cash-grabbing carbon tax. The Liberal carbon tax, as we know, is a plan to fight carbon change. Absolutely not. This is a tax grab. All it does is make life more expensive for hard-working Canadians. When will the Liberal government support Canadians and cancel once and for all this carbon tax?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. change.
Mr. Speaker, I would have to point out that the honourable member seems confused. The province of British Columbia simply does not have the federal system apply, and in fact, the BC government's plan to price pollution has added 1 cent to the cost of gas in that province. With respect, Mr. Speaker, in provinces where our plan applies, I direct the honourable member to read the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report that confirms 8 out of 10 families will have more money in their pockets at the end of the year as a result of our plan that will also reduce emissions. If he's finally concerned about affordability, Mr. Speaker, I'd invite his constituents to write him and ask why he opposed the increase of the Canada Child Benefit, why he opposed the tax cut for middle-class families, and why he opposed support for low-income seniors.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, British Columbia is drowning under the highest gas prices on the continent, and this Liberal government simply does not care. Because of this government's failure to expand pipeline access from Alberta, BC must buy American gasoline at a premium. This is unacceptable in a country rich in energy like ours. BC needs the pipeline, and it needs it now. When will this government do the bare minimum, Mr. Speaker, to support BC and approve this desperately needed pipeline?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, since day one, our government has taken action to support our energy sector and the jobs it creates by making market access a priority. The Conservatives spent a decade failing our energy sector and failing Canadians. We are working each day to fix those failures. We are taking action now and making sure good projects move forward, create jobs for Canadians, and grow our economy. This is what Canadians deserve. Our government approved the Line 3 replacement project. We have always supported Keystone, but we are moving forward on TMX in the right way through meaningful consultation, something that is not even an idea for the Conservatives. Thank you.
Honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has just awarded a former Tides Canada executive a position in his office as Director of Policy. Tides poured millions into targeted campaigns aimed at influencing the 2015 election. Tides created and funded the tar sands campaign aimed entirely at shutting down Canada's oil and gas industry. Tides has funded organizations that have waged war against Canada's forestry, fishing, and agriculture industries. Mr. Speaker, Tides has funded comprehensive and targeted campaign aimed at discrediting and shutting down Canada's natural resource sectors. Wow. Who does the Prime Minister work for? Canadians or his foreign-funded friends?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, it's quite clear that we're working for Canadians. We created over 1 million jobs, lifted 300 kids out of poverty, and we're continuing to work for Canadians. We've approved the Line 3 project. We are supportive of Keystone, and we're working on TMX in the right way, something that the Conservatives obviously are not even in the way that they operate. For them, negotiating or actually having consultation with the Indigenous peoples is not even a thought, actually a suggestion. For us, making sure that we're working for Canadians in the right way is a priority of ours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Lakeland.
But, Mr. Speaker, for years these Liberals have hired anti-energy chiefs of staff and policy advisors in the Minister offices of Natural Resources, Environment, and others. And now the Prime Minister just appointed a former Vice President of Tides Canada as his own Director of Policy. The Tides Foundation helps run the anti-oil sands campaign. One group they funded says, quote, from the very beginning, the strategy was to landlock Canadian oil. With nearly 200,000 Canadian oil and gas workers out of their jobs and 2 cancelled pipelines under these Liberals, obviously it's working. Why on earth is this Prime Minister helping foreign-funded activists shut down Canadian energy?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, that is further from the truth. We've actually approved the Line 3 project. We're supportive of Keystone, and we are moving forward on TX in the right way. We have 8 teams on the ground right now, making sure that we're properly consulting with the Indigenous people, something that, again, the Conservatives, for them, it's only a suggestion. They don't realize that this is a legal obligation that they have. We take our obligations very seriously. That is what Canadians deserve, and that is what we're delivering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, public servants across the country have been suffering under the Phoenix pay system fiasco since its inception. People have been underpaid, overpaid, not paid at all, and T4s are inaccurate, creating a whole host of nightmares with the Canada Revenue Agency. This has been widely acknowledged by the government, but what's actually happening to support federal employees suffering under Phoenix? Constituents like Mr. Forrester Stone in my riding want to know, why are they still receiving the same responses about unknown timelines with no resolution in sight to resolving their pay issues?
Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Mr. Speaker, of course we are in complete solidarity with public servants who are laboring and suffering under the Harper-inspired Phoenix pay system, where they cut 700 qualified public servants. cut tens of millions of dollars in phony savings and left us without an alternative pay system. We are, of course, moving to develop a new next generation pay system. We have opened a client contact center, which is experiencing high levels of customer satisfaction, and we are, of course, going to continue to get those transactions down, Mr. Speaker, and get to zero.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, we have a climate crisis before us, with current global warming trends predicting a global increase of between 3 to 5 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Canada's youth are looking to us, the elected officials, to embrace the crisis that's putting their futures in jeopardy with the same urgency that they are feeling. The government claims to understand that there's a climate emergency, but they refuse to debate the issue today, and they voted against the NDP's motion earlier this week. When will the government put some action behind their words and treat this crisis with the urgency that it deserves?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Speaker, the fact is climate change is real, the consequences are serious, and we are facing an emergency today. We don't need to look to the end of the century to understand that people are feeling the consequences in our community. We can look at storm surges on the East Coast, floods in New Brunswick, heat waves in Quebec and Ontario, forest fires in the West, and glacial melt in the North. We are feeling the impacts today, and it is costing us dearly. Mr. Speaker, we have put forward a plan with more than 50 concrete measures that's going to bring our emissions down, strengthen communities, make life more affordable, and do right for the next generation. With respect to the NDP's motion, there were fatal flaws to it because they did not do their homework and understand that the consequences would shut off electricity to Indigenous.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the government's management of the crisis with China is a complete shambles. The Agriculture Minister is improvising and more producers are affected. We had canola, pork, and now we've learned that Chinese authorities have halted 2 shipments of soybeans. So this market is still not accessible. And what about the advance payment program? Producers need it now. When will the government stand up to defend Canadian producers? Mr. Speaker, we are with our canola producers and all producers, and we've been with them since the beginning. We have been taking action. I was in the prairies. I met with my colleagues in the provinces. We came up with a working group with industry, with farmers. I've had discussions with my Chinese counterpart. We have brought in an advance payment system, which is very generous, more generous. And my colleague, the Minister for International Trade, is working on diversification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the Auditor General told the Public Accounts Committee that as a result of inadequate funding, quote, we have no choice but to decrease the number of performance audits. Yesterday, the President of the Treasury Board refused to commit to provide the necessary resources to the Auditor General so that he can do his job. So I'll give her another chance today. Will she commit today, now, to provide the Office of the Auditor General the $10.8 million that they requested? Yes or no?
Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to working with and supporting the Auditor General as we would support all officers of the Parliament of Canada. When an officer of Parliament, such as the Auditor General, identifies the need for additional resources, we consider such a request quite seriously, and to ensure that that office and all offices of agents of Parliament can continue their important work on behalf of the Canadian people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, that sounded an awful lot like no. On Tuesday, we learned that the cancelled audits included cybercrime, Arctic sovereignty, public service training, heritage services, and the government's travel system. The Auditor General said that these were important areas that needed to be audited. One can imagine what these audits would reveal if they were completed. We know that this government prefers cover-ups to accountability, but stopping the Auditor General from doing his job is inexcusable. Why are they so afraid of accountability?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. le Président, encore une fois.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I will repeat that our government is completely supporting parliamentary officers. We take their work very seriously, and an officer of Parliament, like the Auditor General, identifies a problem, it's something we take very seriously, and we will continue to do so.
North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for months the Leader of the Opposition has been vague about the Conservative plan. This week we heard the so-called details, and they're terrifying. He wants to mix the worst of Harper with the worst of Ford. He says his cuts won't hurt kids or families, but as we're seeing in Ontario, when Conservatives make such promises, middle-class families suffer. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families please tell this House how this government has indeed helped families in the middle class to prosper? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. When it comes to Conservatives, they have a lot of silly slogans and they amuse themselves with stickers and all kinds of little cartoons. But the reality is, when it comes to children, the Ford government has declared war on Ontario's children. The cuts to stem cell research yesterday are absolutely appalling and put at risk premature babies. It's a wrong cut. It's a bad cut. But it layers on top of the cuts to vaccines, the cuts to school lunch programs, the cuts to libraries, the cuts to education. When the Conservatives talk about children, what they don't tell you is that they're coming for your kid. They're coming to hurt your kid, to cut services for your kid. They just don't care. When it comes to Ford's cuts, they are hashtag shit.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. Order.
The Liberals' one-size-fits-all mortgage stress test has blocked 147,000 Canadians from the dream of home ownership. To fix their big government mistake, they're proposing a big government solution in shared equity mortgages. The Finance Department claims up to 100,000 Canadians will be helped. They said the CMHC told them so. The CMHC says the department gave them that number. The CMHC boss says this program will work on the margins. Liberal MPs keep claiming it'll be transformational. Will the Liberals admit that when it comes to housing affordability, that they're making it up as they go along and young Canadian families are paying the price?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the issues that young people are facing, they certainly don't look to the Conservatives for solutions. After 10 years, we saw what that meant. When it comes to housing affordability, all the Conservatives want to do is allow young people and families and first-time home ownership opportunities to take on more debt. What we're committed to is actually allowing more people to get into the housing market and making their monthly costs actually go down, increasing affordability for Canadians so they have more money to spend on things that matter like their families and making sure that they can invest in communities. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have no plan. We continue.
The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the Ford government early this week announced that they are cutting funding for the Ontario Institute for Regenerative Medicine. This institute funded research into many debilitating and fatal illnesses and a mission to advance important stem cell research. While the Ford government continues Harper's war on science, our government is taking action. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science and Sport tell this House about our commitment to science and research? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, this is a Conservative politician trying to shut down discovery that has long-term benefits. We've seen this before, 10 years of cuts, muzzling of scientists, and overall mismanagement by the Harper Conservatives had researchers protesting on Parliament Hill. Our government, unlike the previous government and the Ford government, actually believes in science, research, and evidence-based decision-making. We are the government that has invested over $10 billion into research, and we will continue to support our researchers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Under the Liberal government, many Canadian families who are adopting children abroad face long delays with zero transparency on their case. For example, after initially being told by the Liberals that the process would take 2 weeks, the Moran family have been separated for 9 months. They were just told it could be as long as another year before a decision is made, with no reason given as to why. Will the minister agree to meet with the Morans and explain to them why they can't get a straight answer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, this House, this government has taken historic measures to reunite families, and it's a little rich for the member opposite, whose party had two options when dealing with files: pressing the delete button or the alt-right button. It's a disgrace for the member opposite to stand up and talk about family reunification. This government that has made historic investments in budget 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016 to make sure that people are welcome in Canada. Immigration files are processed in a systematic fashion. Of course, there are extremely complex files, and then the element that the member mentioned is a very, very particular file. We are glad to take it on.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, this week, Quebec witnessed a really distasteful kind of vaudeville with respect to the Highway 19 extension. Now, people in my riding have been waiting for this extension for years. But the thing is, it's Quebec who's in charge of highways, not Ottawa. Not 1 centimetre of this highway will be paved without Quebec. Why does the Minister for Infrastructure, why did he organize a press conference in Quebec, but without Quebec's participation? Is this because of the election? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I respect my colleague, but how can you claim to work for Quebecers and be against a historic investment of this kind? You have to be a member of the Bloc Québécois to be against Quebecers. Since 1976, they've wanted this. Yes, we're investing in Highway 19, and we are funding the extension. All the mayors were there. Here, we are a government that keeps its word. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, I think the interest of Quebec means respecting agreements with Quebec. And the agreement on infrastructure is clear. Canada's role is limited to financial contribution, period. It does not take part in the various stages of construction. But Ottawa can do 2 things if they want to respect Quebec. 1, sign the checks. 2, get out of the way. Quebec wants Ottawa to transfer unconditionally and in a lump sum the money for infrastructure. So rather than creating fights, will the Minister of Infrastructure simply send the check? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what a show. What a show for the cameras. I think respecting Quebecers means more than asking 2 questions a week. Now imagine the people watching us at home. You have a member of the Bloc Québécois who is against the decongestion of traffic in Montreal. We're happy to invest this money in partnership with the Quebec government, in partnership with the municipalities, creating jobs. We're going to continue to invest in Quebec because that's what respect for Quebecers is. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, this is truly a distasteful spectacle. We know that Vice Admiral Norman was both a victim of conservative pettiness and liberal incompetence. Conservatives have hidden the fact that they asked him to talk to Davy Shipyards about the Astérix in order to continue their partisan attacks to his and the company's detriment. And the Liberals weren't any better. They sent this file on to the police, and this without checking the facts. The entire Canadian establishment, I think, is to blame. Will the government launch a public investigation with respect to the Norman case?
Honorable Ministre de la Justice.
The Honourable Minister of Justice, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member knows that the RCMP conducts its own investigations completely independently of the government, and it will deal with the Director of Public Prosecutions, and this, again, is completely independent of the government. If the Honourable Member has information, he should provide it to the RCMP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question, Minister of Environment. We have a very important agreement, and a full credit to the federal government, the government of BC, as well as an Indigenous partnership to protect an iconic species. the southern mountain caribou. I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing reports that the consultations, the BC government seems to be stirring up opposition to protecting the species instead of solidifying what is a groundbreaking model agreement. I wonder if the federal government is concerned, as I am, that we not let this deal get unstuck.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, and I'd like to remind this House that it's Endangered Species Day and that our world is facing a global crisis when it comes to the protection of our wildlife. Since the 1970s, we have seen 60% of our wildlife disappear, including iconic species in Canada. With respect to the southern mountain caribou, we have seen local population units that have been around for thousands of years wiped off the face of the planet forever. Mr. Speaker, we have achieved a groundbreaking conservation agreement with the province of British Columbia and the Saulteaux and West Moberly First Nations. We are intending to keep our commitments that we've made, but we want to work with communities to ensure that we do so in a way that respects their way of life and local economies, but we simply cannot let this iconic species disappear from our great country. Thank you.
That brings question period to an end for today.
Le dépôt du document. Introduction of government bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports of the Canadian section of Parliamericas respecting its participation at the bilateral visit to Mexico held in Mexico City from February 10th to the 12th, 2019, and Mr. Speaker, as well, the 47th Board of Directors meeting and the 4th gathering of Parliamerica's Open Parliamentary Network held in Quito, Ecuador from March 11th to 14th, 2019. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities entitled Labour Shortages and Solutions in the GTHA Construction Industry. While I am, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I do have a second report. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities entitled Main Estimates 2019 and 2020. And I will like to take this opportunity to thank our clerk, Stephanie Feldman, who we lost yesterday, is moving to journals. And I, on behalf of the entire committee, would like to wish her all the best in her future endeavour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Gift in Virtual Currency. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it's an honor to stand up on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Now, Mr. Speaker, we all know that Canadians are a kind and generous people. Government should and can encourage charitable giving any way that it can. Current tax law in Canada exempts capital gains taxes from the sales from assets if those gains are given to charity. This bill would extend that exemption to the sale of virtual currencies like Bitcoin. Virtual currencies should not be treated differently from any other asset, and this bill would help address that divide. It would also allow the minister to declare a certain virtual currency ineligible from the exemption if there is a public interest in doing so. We know how generous Canadians can be when it comes to charitable giving. We want to ensure that prohibitively high taxes don't get in the way of the next generation of charitable giving. This is a simple and positive legislative change, and I hope that all parties will support it.
Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of public Senate bills. Première lecture de projet de loi intérêt public éminent du Sénat. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to present a petition signed by over 5,000 parents calling for a national autism and special needs strategy in the presence of many of the parents today. Across Canada, services for about 500,000 people with autism spectrum disorder and other disabilities remain inconsistent depending on their provincial or territorial jurisdiction. Supporting an individual with ASD is beyond the financial means of most Canadians, and our school systems provide little assistance for those currently in schools and those transitioning into adulthood. And hence, we need a national autism and special needs strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of Kitchener Centre, Cambridge, Waterloo, Cloverdale, Langley, Burnaby South, Fleetwood, Port Kelso, Lethbridge, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Edmonton, Mill Woods, Glengarry, Prescott Russell, Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, and Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste money, taxpayers' dollars, on banning firearms that are already banned.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table two petitions. The first petition is an e-petition signed by 631 petitioners. The petitioners know that in other countries such as the United Kingdom, the U.S., and Australia train interpreters and is strictly enforced by law. And they do this to ensure that, particularly in the healthcare system, that proper interpreters are available so that there is no misunderstanding or miscommunication with respect to someone's healthcare. So to that end, the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to create an action plan for training and recruiting qualified medical interpreters, institute a federal-level policy enforcing the use of trained interpreters in healthcare settings, and ensure mandatory training for healthcare providers on how to effectively work with interpreters. My second petition, Mr. Chair, is on eye health. The petitioner notes that the number of Canadians with vision loss is expected to double in the next 20 years, and that the emerging crisis in eye health and vision care affects all segments of Canadian population, with Canada's most vulnerable population, children, seniors, and Indigenous people at particular risk. And it also notes that just 1% of the total expenditures on vision loss is invested in post-vision loss rehabilitation therapy. So the petitioners are calling for the government to commit to acknowledge eye health and vision care as a growing public health issue and respond to it, particularly with Canada's vulnerable populations, children, seniors, diabetics, and Indigenous peoples, through the development of a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care, which will benefit all Canadians.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Petitioners within my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, one of whom has extensive personal experience on the ground with the refugee crisis on Samos Island, Greece, where there are thousands of people without adequate shelter, without adequate care, who've taken refuge there, are in need of help. They're in need of basic services. So the petitioners ask the Government of Canada to intercede, engage directly with the Government of Greece, and offer concrete aid and assistance and all the ways that Canada can help this humanitarian crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of several hundred people from my riding calling on the government to amend the criminal code
to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or result of a financial transaction. Thank you.
Good question. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Requests for emergency debate. Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. We'll get to that in a moment. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the government's responses to questions question 2362 to question 2370 could be made for orders of return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately?
Yes.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, that I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that also agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. And now we'll get to the requests for emergency debate. The Chair has received notice of such request, and we'll now go to the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to give notice under Standing Order 52.2 that I am seeking leave to propose an emergency debate on the urgent need for Canada to declare that the country, and indeed the globe, is in a state of environmental and climate emergency. I'm not sure that there's ever been a more obvious need for such a debate, Mr. Speaker, as both members of this House, along with the preponderance of the scientific community, as well as everyday global citizens, agree that the planet is in crisis and that governments need to step up and address the situation with a much greater sense of urgency. We know that NDP members, through our motion that was tabled this week, believe that the declaration of an environment and climate emergency is necessary. Our motion also includes tangible action, prioritizes reconciliation, and commits to making sure no worker and or community is left behind. We know that the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the members of the Bloc Québécois, and the member for Nunavut all supported that motion as well. We know that the Conservatives put forward a motion this week that reads in part that climate change is real and urgent global problem. We know that the Liberals have put forward a motion that claims, much like the Conservatives, that climate change is a real and urgent crisis. The motion goes on to have the House declare a national climate emergency, but again, much like the Conservatives, without much in the way of tangible action, nor an increase in the tepid ambition of the Liberal government's approach. We also know, somewhat bizarrely, that in the government House Leader's Thursday statement on the upcoming business of the House, there was zero mention of the government's climate emergency motion coming back before the House. She said that today's debate would be on the CBSA oversight bill, which the NDP believes is important and will support, but it makes you wonder how much of an emergency the climate motion really is for the government. Furthermore, the government House Leader made no mention of the motion coming back for debate and vote after next week's constituency week. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberals have a rich history of talking a big game on environmental action. Exhibit A in this case is being the admission of former Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Chrétien, Eddie Goldenberg, that the Liberals' decision to sign the Kyoto Accord was a publicity stunt. Mr. Speaker, faced with the facts about the seriousness of the climate crisis, I believe it's essential that Canada declare that we are an environmental and climate emergency. And given that the government seems intent to leave their motion on the sideline to debate matters of greater urgency to them, I believe that the House, through you, Mr. Speaker, should grant this emergency debate request to affirm the level of urgency that is required. As always, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your careful consideration of this request.
I thank the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford for his request and certainly bringing attention to a matter that, in fact, the House has been quite seized with as of late. Certainly the limits of the requests for emergency debates are outlined and very prescribed in the standing orders. In this case, his request does not meet the requirements of the standing orders, and so I urge him, being mindful of the fact that there, as he mentioned, there is still a motion that's before the House that will presumably be taken up at some point in time, that there will be opportunities to take up consideration of the subject that he proposes. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands is this on a point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I believe it's a point of order, and that is only that had it been possible to catch your eye, I had hoped to join in and support the motion just made by the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford. I obviously, now that you have ruled, it isn't possible for me to make that point, but perhaps under the standing orders, you could advise me of how it is best to make sure that when a motion for an emergency debate comes forward, there's more opportunity for other parties in this place to speak to that motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands for bringing attention to this, and in fact, it's a good opportunity to remind honourable members about how these things generally work. But on requests for emergency debates, it's generally the convention that only a brief statement by the member who has in fact proposed the request or put forward the request have a brief opportunity to explain the request and the reasons for it, after which the presiding officer would indicate his or her decision in that matter. Unlike, say, questions of privileges or points of order, where the chair will often see and invite other members to participate should the need be. So we'll now go to, where are we at? We're going to, we're finished up on routine proceedings. Orders of the day, or du jour.
Government's orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-98, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and the Canada Border Services Agency Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
When the House next took up debate on the question, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-St. Charles had 3 minutes remaining in the time for questions and comments. So we'll now go to that. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the first initiatives that the government had taken in regards to after the last election was to invest much of the money plus that was actually cut from Canada Border Control, as the Harper government had made some serious deep cuts to that agency, which had a fairly negative impact. Second to that, we also then are bringing forward this legislation, and we know that that there's 20 days left to go, but I think it's fairly widely well received. But ultimately, it would interested in my colleagues' thoughts in regards to whether or not the Conservative Party would see the next 20 days as an opportunity to actually get behind the legislation and its passage.
La députée de Charlebourg-Haute-St. Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-St. Charles. Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Speaker. But I just need to repeat that the Library of Parliament drew up a document that provides explanations for the budget. It refers to the $300 million in cuts. And it did not affect our officers. So I think they should stop bringing up that point. Second, this is not the problem of the opposition if we only have 20-plus days left. It's the problem of the government. They've been mired in scandals. They haven't been efficient. And we're doing what we need to do. The committee is overwhelmed with work. We still have C-93 under consideration, a cybersecurity study. And so I don't see how, given the number of committee meetings that are left, we can possibly complete consideration of this bill before the end of Parliament. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague just asked that we stop talking about the fact that it's Stephen Harper's government that cut hundreds of millions of dollars for our people who are working at the border. Perhaps he should stop calling into question the intelligence of the Canadians and repeating over and over again that it's just because of a tweet that we have problems at the border. There are tens of thousands of migrants throughout the world looking for a safe and secure place for their lives, their families, and that's why people come to our border. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Well, I know we don't have a lot of time, so it's too bad because it would take me more than a few seconds to answer. You know, what he just said is that it's a great idea to open up our borders, invite everyone here. You know, the country is currently trying to change the third safe country agreement because it knows perfectly well that our current policy makes no sense.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to finally have the opportunity to contribute to a long-awaited debate on an oversight body for Canada's Border Services Agency. It has been over a decade since Justice O'Connor recommended that there be an independent oversight for the CBSA. Since then, a chorus of voices have consistently and persistently called for accountability for the CBSA. So, Mr. Speaker, I will state very clearly that the NDP supports Bill C-98, as this is something that the NDP and stakeholders have been calling on for this Liberal government to act on for a very long time. In fact, back in 2014, BC Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Council for Refugees, and Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers issued a joint press release and called for an independent review for all of CBSA's national security, enforcement, and border policing activities. The CBSA is the only major federal law enforcement agency without external oversight. CBSA officers have a broad range of authority. They can stop travelers for questioning. They can take breath and blood samples. They have the ability to search, detain, arrest non-citizens without a warrant. They can interrogate Canadians. They can also have the authority to issue and carry out deportations to foreign nationals. And many of these authorities are carried out in an environment where charter protections are reduced in the name of national security. Yet, despite these sweeping powers, it is astounding that there is no independent external civilian oversight for complaints or allegations of misconduct for the CBSA. Now, it is without doubt that the overwhelming majority of CBSA officers carry out their duties with the utmost respect of the individuals they engage with and recognize the authority provided to them is to be used responsibly. However, stories of horrific misconduct have also come to light. Yet the complaint mechanism is anything but open and accountable. Joel Santaluc, a Toronto immigration lawyer, said, quote, CBSA for many years has been a law unto itself. Mary Foster of Solidarity Across Borders said, quote, we have enough experience to know that making a complaint to the CBSA about the CBSA doesn't really lead anywhere. It is my understanding that between January 2016 to the middle of 2018, the CBSA investigated around 1,200 allegations of staff misconduct. Alleged misconduct are wide-ranging. They include things like neglect of duty, sexual assault, excessive force, use of inappropriate sexual language, criminal association, and harassment. In 2013, there was a case where a woman reportedly fleeing domestic violence died in the CBSA's custody. An inquest into the death concluded that there is, quote, no independent, realistic method for immigrants to bring forward concerns or complaints. Then in 2016, 2 more people died in the CBSA custody within a span of just 1 week. With incidents such as these, it is vital that there is accountability and transparency to ensure that procedures are respected and that there is no abuse of power. That means it is critical that there is an independent external oversight body in the event complaints are lodged. Right now, there is an incident where a traveler, be that a Canadian or a foreign national, feels that something wasn't right. Be that harassment or use of force, their only recourse is to submit a complaint to the CBSA. Then that complaint undergoes an internal review. We must keep in mind that the nature of the power imbalance that exists between border authorities, such as the CBSA, and travelers, especially those in a foreign country, making lodging any sort of complaint very difficult. Some people elect not to file a complaint. There are real fears, especially if the process isn't well known and the body looking into the complaint is not an independent body. People fear, for example, that future travel could be impacted. People are afraid that by speaking out against mistreatment, that they may be punished the next time they try and travel. We should keep in mind that for some, such as temporary residents and visitors to Canada, they simply aren't around long enough to file a complaint or to see it through. We have a responsibility, especially as a nation that welcomes millions of tourists a year, has our own citizens exploring the world, and welcomes hundreds of thousands of newcomers who immigrate here each year, to ensure that people feel safe, respected, and protected by our border officials. That is why it is critical that there is a public, independent, civilian oversight body for the CBSA. Now, the BC Civil Liberties Association has studied this issue closely and has done a report on it. From their report, Oversight at the Border, a model for independent accountability at the Canada Border Services Agency, they have recommended that, quote, there be two separate accountability mechanisms for the CBSA, one charged with providing real-time oversight of the CBSA's policies and practices, and one charged with conducting investigations and resolving complaints. I'd be very interested to hear what they and witnesses say about this proposed bill, whether or not they feel that it meets the call for an independent oversight and accountability measures for the CBSA. I must note that while we debate this bill, Bill C-98, another bill, Bill C-59, is currently moving third reading stage at the Senate. We expect that we will see that bill return here in the near future. That bill introduces a review agency, the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency, or NSIRA. This new body will replace the Office of Communications Security Establishment Commissioner and the Security Intelligence Review Committee, as well as the National Security Review and Complaints Investigation functions of the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. What that means is that the new body will have jurisdiction over activities that falls under the umbrella of national security. As for what remains as the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission, it will continue to have the external investigative body that reviews complaints from the public about the RCMP conduct. And the bill before us today will rename this Civilian Review Complaints Commission to the Public Complaints and Review Commission and expand its mandate to have a similar review function to the CBSA. As a result of these changes, depending on nature of the complaint against the CBSA, a different body with different authorities will be the reviewer of conduct. Now, this will undoubtedly cause confusion at times. One does wonder, though, why this approach was taken, why this is being done in two separate bills. More concerning, however, are the lack of consultation and the last-minute nature of this legislation. Too often, we've seen this government consult, and then do nothing. But then in areas where consultation and study are vital to ensuring the legislation is what it needs to be, the process is shortchanged. The Customs and Immigration Union, the union which represents over 10,000 Canadians working on our borders, was not consulted on Bill C-98. This simply makes no sense to me. Why would this government not be seeking out the views of those individuals on the front lines doing the work that will now have a new body reviewing them and their representative organization? This is not a good way to proceed, Mr. Speaker. And sadly, as the NDP critic for immigration, refugees, and citizenship, I've become incredibly familiar to this Liberal government's failure to follow through on their promise on good governance. As we have seen in Bill C-97, the Budget Implementation Act, the Liberals have decided to ram through dangerous changes to Canada's refugee determination system and put vulnerable lives, especially women and girls fleeing violence, at risk. I suspect that the Liberals are feeling the pressure from the right and wants to be seen as acting tough on asylum seekers with an election 6 months from now. They're jamming those draconian changes through an omnibus budget bill. I suppose at least in this case with Bill C-98, while the measures for the changes for the CBSA complaint process were announced in the budget, they at least are tabled in a separate standalone bill under Bill C-98. That's more than what I can say about the changes to the refugee determination system, which are being rammed through with minimal study in the omnibus budget bill. In a rush to look tough on borders and caving to pressure and misinformation campaigns by the Conservatives, the Liberals again, without consultation, bury sweeping changes to the asylum system in the budget system. Experts immediately call for the provisions to be withdrawn or at the very minimum table them as a separate standalone bill. The Liberal government refused. Some 2,400 Canadians wrote to the Prime Minister calling for the same action. That too fell on deaf ears. Their advice, as recently reported by the Auditor General, the 1.2 million calls to the IRCC last year did not get through to the government. So I'll at least say that for Bill C-98 is at least a standalone bill. With that being said, it must also be recognized that this act, given the Liberals have failed to take action until the 11th hour, there is a chance that this bill might not receive royal assent prior to the election. If that occurs, this would then represent yet another broken promise by the Liberal government, yet another broken promise through their failure to act. I do wonder what took the government so long to table this bill. Why did they wait until there are only 5 weeks left in the sitting of the House to bring Bill C-98 forward? I suspect that this would be the Liberal government. I suspect that the Liberal government would employ time allocation measures to limit debate, a tool to which they consistently spoke against when the Conservatives were in government. I do fear that they will once again have our debate in this place limited because this government could not get their legislation in order in a timely fashion. The risk this represents with a bill of this magnitude cannot be ignored. The government, in a rush to table it before the session ends, has failed to properly consult the experts on what the bill should look like. Now, in a race against the clock, the Liberals, if they want to be able to claim that they follow through on their promise, will need to limit democratic debate of this bill. And that is what I expect will happen. Mr. Speaker, this is not a good recipe for good legislation. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The government has stated that in 2017-2018, over 96 million travelers were engaged with by the CBSA employees. That's over 260,000 per day. They processed more than 21 million commercial shipments. That's over 57,000 per day. They processed over 46 million courier shipments. That's over 126,000 per day. This is a serious matter and deserves thorough debate. It is our hope that the government will allow for a thorough study of this bill at committee, and I also hope that the government, upon hearing from stakeholders and experts at the committee stage, that the government will be amenable to any amendments that witnesses and expert witnesses put forward. I hope that the government will allow for that work to be done in a proper fashion and is open to the input by stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, this is long awaited by the community. The regret that I have is that this government had waited this long to the 11th hour with only 6 months to an election, only 5 weeks of sitting in this place to table Bill C-98. Canadians deserve to have an independent, external civilian oversight process for the CBSA. The government should have done this work much earlier and to ensure that we have the proper process in place for all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me ask the blindingly obvious question, which is that the Liberal government, obviously proposing the bill, agrees with the bill. The Conservative opposition, official opposition, agrees with the bill. The NDP opposition agrees with the bill. Why, therefore, are we not just simply letting debate collapse rather than an almost express invitation to have time allocation? It seems to be, Mr. Speaker, that the time would be much better used by voting, sending the bill to committee. This is a good committee. It works hard. It is open to amendments. We do listen to the witnesses. There is good cooperation, particularly from her NDP colleague from Belleville-Chambly. And it's an obvious case where the committee could do its work, do it expeditiously, and move this bill back to the next stage, which is back here after committee stage. So why not just proceed and let's get on to other business.
Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know about you, but I suspect that there may well be other members in this House who may want to speak to this bill. The oversight body for the CBSA is a very important topic. There's something that the community stakeholders has called for, changes for a very long time. Justice O'Connor, in fact, had made this recommendation some 13 years ago. If this was such an important issue for the government, my question back to the government is this: why didn't they table this bill much earlier on? Why did they wait until they're only 5 weeks in the sitting of this House for this bill to be tabled now? And then we run into the risk of actually not seeing it pass and go through all the various stages, including the stage in the Senate, which is very prone, by the way, that we have seen, Mr. Speaker, of delaying decisions that's been made by the elected officials in this Parliament. We've seen that with Jack Layton's bill. In fact, twice the Environmental Accountability, the Climate Change Accountability Act from the late Jack Layton went to the Senate twice, and then it was killed by the Senate. Those are the risks in which we run, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, the member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Now, it seems to me that in 4 years, a government that does basically nothing but consult and consult and consult might have consulted with the people that work at the CBSA, but apparently that was not done. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she thinks about that.
Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much to the member for her question. The member is exactly right. Now, I don't often agree with the Conservatives, but in this instance, I have to say she is exactly right. This bill impacts thousands of workers, of the CBA workers who do their due diligence every day on our behalf. And the vast majority of them do an exceptional job. But from time to time, there are issues that surface. And then that Canadians deserve a public, a proper, external, independent oversight process. But the government who claims that they are for the workers, they are with the workers, they advocate on behalf of the workers, and they don't even have the wherewithal to actually consult with them on a bill that will impact thousands and thousands of workers. That is astounding to me. That is the hallmark, the Liberal hallmark. On many issues, they will consult until the cows come home and then take no action. And then on a priority issue, they will actually leave out the people to whom they need to consult and then pretend that they're going to take action, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Vancouver East for her speech. You know, I find it interesting the Liberal arguments that are coming forward that, you know, if we are all in support of the bill, we should just, you know, stop our speeches and stop giving voice to some of the concerns we have and just let it go, even though the government saw fit to just introduce it, you know, during the first week of this month, very much at the end of the 42nd Parliament. You know, I've seen this pattern before. The Liberal government had a series of justice bills that were aimed at cleaning up the redundant and inoperable sections of the criminal code. They let those sit at first reading in purgatory and then eventually finally rolled them up into C-75, which was a gigantic omnibus bill full of problems. Whereas if they had just gone through with those simple amendments to the criminal code, we could have gotten them through very quickly. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is not so much the support in the House, but what's happening in the other place, the Senate. The Senate doesn't seem to be a very friendly place to government bills these days, and I'm worried that we simply do not have enough time for the other place to send it back here if they make amendments and for it to receive royal assent. And this on a very clear Liberal promise that was made in 2015. Thank you.
For Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is exactly right. The government has left this bill sitting there, even though it was one of the top priorities from the community calling on the government to act. And in fact, the minister actually promised that there would be action. And lo and behold, we have 5 weeks to this place adjourning before an election. Then the government finally brings this bill forward. And the Senate is notorious. The unaccountable, unelected Senate has put forward their level best to block bills that has been passed in this House. One bill, for example, would be my colleague's bill on Bill 262, the United Nations on the Rights of Indigenous People. We've advanced that bill, and then it has gone through this House with full debate, gone to the Senate, and it was only just yesterday that they finally referred to committee. We don't even know whether or not it will come back from committee on time for it to receive royal assent. It is absolutely atrocious. When the government does not plan their legislative agenda carefully and thoughtfully, this is what could happen. And it is absolutely outrageous. We should not stand for it, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Vancouver East for her speech. I certainly do support C-98. I share the views around this place that it's lamentable that it's come forward now. I just wanted to share a brief experience which chilled me to the bone about how this country can treat people. A First Nations man on Penellicut Island, which was in the riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith. This was in the 41st Parliament, right before Christmas, with no notice. Richard Germain, who was an Indigenous man who had been born in California, had lived his whole adult life on Penellicut, married, community leader, and with no warning that his citizenship papers were in any sort of disarray that should take his concern, that he should take steps, CBSA officials showed up at his home, put him in leg irons, took him away in front of his wife, who was a residential school survivor, traumatizing her, their children, their grandchildren, and in leg irons, Mr. Speaker, took him in a van to a detention center in Vancouver where he was ordered to be deported as quickly as possible. Fortunately, he was working with an ethnobotanist from the University of Victoria who contacted my office. I contacted the former minister, Chris Alexander. We stopped the deportation, got his citizenship. But what was really chilling was as Richard left there, everyone around him said, "We've never seen anyone get out of here. Everyone gets deported." We need a citizen overview agency for CBSA. And I agree with my honourable colleague. We needed this bill sooner. It's a gap in Bill C-59, but I commend the government for fixing the gap. Let's get this bill through the House and to the Senate. And please, if there's any way at all we can get unanimous consent to get this bill through third reading and report stage by unanimous consent and get it to the other place and then keep our fingers crossed.
Priest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her comments and for sharing the story. And those stories that we have heard in different iterations from different people. I know that, for example, people who are refugees, people who are asylum seekers, often are faced with untenable situations, and then they run into CVSA, and then they have been mistreated, and there are issues of abuse of power to which they've experienced. Many of those individuals don't even have the wherewithal to file a complaint. And even if you do file a complaint, people say that through the system that really basically you may as well not file a complaint because it is not public, it is not accountable, and the oversight is absolutely absolutely atrocious. And so these are the stories that's been going on out there. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, Justice O'Connor had actually said more than a decade ago that we needed this to be done. The Conservatives, by the way, didn't act on it. We knew that this needed to be done, that we needed an independent civilian oversight for the CBSA. The Conservatives didn't do it, and now the Liberals waited until 5 weeks left to the House of Commons, adjourning before an election to table this bill. It just goes to show you the lack of priority that both the Conservatives and Liberal have shown on this file, and it is not acceptable.
Resuming debate, the member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Bravo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we've just seen a classic example of people not being able to get out of their partisan lanes. We now know that the Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP, and the Green now agree that C-98 is a good bill and that it should move forward. But what are we going to do, Mr. Speaker? We're going to spend the rest of today and possibly into the next sitting of the House talking about a bill that we all agree is a good bill. And every day that we talk about it here is a day that we can't talk about it in committee, which means that we can't take witnesses, the very issues that the member from Sandwich Gulf Island raised. We can't deal with the issues that the previous speaker raised. We can't bring in witnesses that have useful things to say about the operation of this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just a classic example of some dysfunctionality in this place at a level that is really quite distressing. Everyone agrees that this is a bill that needs to be passed. This is a bill that needs to hear witnesses. And it's going before a committee, Mr. Speaker, that I chair, I have the great honor of chairing, that functions at a very high level. The member from Beaulieu-Chambly is a very helpful and cooperative member, as is the member from Charlesburg, both of the vice chairs of the committee. Help with getting legislation through. I dare say that there's not a great deal of distance between the government's position and the opposition party's positions. And the situations continue to evolve. As the member from Sandwich Gulf Island said, this sounds like an egregious set of facts which for which there's no oversight body. And that is why we're here, Mr. Speaker, is to get an oversight body put in place for the CBSA. Now, the CBSA apparently interacts with something between 93 and 96 million persons on an annual basis. Mr. Speaker, that's about 3 times the population of Canada on an annual basis. And some are citizen interactions, some are permanent residence interactions, some are visitors interactions, some are refugee claim interactions. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, over 93 to 96 million interactions on an annual basis, not every one of them goes well. And that is something that we are trying to correct. There are something in the order of 117 land border crossings, some of which are fully personed up, such as Pearson or Trudeau or wherever, but others are just simply almost a stake in the ground. There is something in the order of 1,000 locations across this long border over 4 time zones. The CBSA facilitates the efficient flow of people and goods and administers something in the order of 90 acts and regulations. Some of those acts and regulations they are administering on behalf of other levels of government. In addition to having the 93 to 96 million interactions on an annual basis, it collects something in the order of $32 billion in taxes and levies and duties over the course of the year. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, this is an enormous organization. It has enormous numbers of interactions with people, services, and goods. And I dare say not every one of them goes according to the way it should, as much as we would like to say otherwise. So, hence the bill that's before us as we speak. Now, I heard the other speaker say, well, we haven't had enough consultations. And then the speaker before that said that all this government does is do consultations. You know, you can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. Either there's too much consultation or there's too little consultation. All I know, Mr. Speaker, is that we have very little legislative runway left. We are speaking on a Friday afternoon about a bill that we all agree on. By speaking on it, we in fact are preventing the bill proceeding to committee where it could be dealt with. I would be absolutely delighted, Mr. Speaker, to give up my time in order to be able to have the vote collapse and go to a vote. But there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of enthusiasm. So, regrettably, Mr. Speaker, you're going to have to listen to me for the next 15 minutes to talk about a bill that we all agree on. So, the unusual part of the situation in which we find ourselves is that unlike the RCMP, unlike CSIS, unlike various other security services that we have, there is no actual oversight body. And that is a clear gap in the legislation. The C-59, which I had the honor to chair the shepherding of that through the committee, is an extraordinarily complicated piece of legislation. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you love flowcharts, and I know that you appreciate the way in which legislation proceeds. And I commend you, Mr. Speaker, the flowchart produced by Professor Forsey on C-59. It is extremely complicated, making sure that there are enough supervisory bodies of the various functions of the CSIS, RCMP, CSE, et cetera, spread over quite a number of agencies, and for which at least 3 ministries are responsible: Defense, Public Safety, and Global Affairs. Extraordinary piece of complicated piece of legislation, which we anticipate and hope that it will return from the Senate and will receive further debate here. Hopefully not too much, because it is really a revamping of the security architecture of our nation. One of the gaps, as has been identified by other speakers, is an oversight body with respect to the activities of the Canadian Border Services Agency. And Mr. Speaker, I expect to have an interaction with the Canadian Border Services Agency in about 2 hours. I dare say that many of our colleagues will similarly be having interactions with the Canadian Border Services Agency in a very short period of time. And I'm rather hoping that my interaction and all of their interactions go well, as I dare say they probably will. Mr. Speaker, the committee is now in place, and I just wanted to talk about one further piece of legislation that has passed and is functioning, and that was C-22, and that is the Committee of Parliamentarians. In addition to their reporting function to the Prime Minister, there is a reporting function to the Public Safety Committee, and you, Mr. Speaker, I know were present as the chair of that committee presented his first report to the Public Safety Committee, and I have to say, as sitting there listening to the interactions with the chair of that committee, the questions by the members of the Public Safety Committee were, in fact, of quite a high caliber and very pointed and useful insight into how into the work of that committee. So, Mr. Speaker, the C-98 fills a gap here. It's being strengthened and renamed the Public Complaints and Review Commission, or the PCRC. and will have in effect a joint responsibility for both the RCMP and the CBSA. So when the PCRC receives a complaint from the public, it would notify the CBSA, which would undertake an initial investigation. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that will resolve a great percentage of the complaints that the public may have. In fact, some 90% of RCMP complaints are resolved in this way. The PCRC would also be able to conduct its own investigation of a complaint if its chairperson is of the opinion that it would be in the public interest to do so. In those cases, the CBSA would terminate or not start an investigation into the complaint. So there is, in effect, an ability on the part of the CBSA to say, no, we're not going to refer this for mediation or some further investigation. We're just simply going to assume the jurisdiction and move forward with it. The complaint would have to be made to make that request within 60 days of receiving notice from the CBSA about the outcome of the complaint. So the idea here, Mr. Speaker, is that the complaint just doesn't languish. When the PCRC receives a request for a review of a CBSA complaint decision, the Commission would review the complaint and all relevant information and share its conclusions regarding the CBSA's initial decision. It could conclude that the CBSA's decision was appropriate. It could ask the CBSA to do further investigation, or it could assume the jurisdiction and investigate the complaint itself. The Commission can also hold public hearings as part of its work. At the conclusion of the PCRC investigation, the review body would be able to report on its findings and make recommendations as it sees fit. And the CBSA would be required to provide a response in writing to the PCRC's findings and recommendations. In addition to its complaints function, the PCRC would be able to review, on its own initiative or at the request of the Minister, any activity of the CBSA except for national security matters. I think that's an important thing to take note of, Mr. Speaker, because you don't want national security matters dealt with in a open and public forum, if at all possible, and then it would be reviewed by the National Security and Intelligence Review Committee under the C-59, which hopefully by then will be passed and brought into force. PCRC reports would include findings and recommendations on the adequacy, the appropriateness, the sufficiency, or clarity of the CBSA policies, procedures, and guidelines, the CBSA's compliance with the law and ministerial directions, and the reasonableness and necessity of the CBSA's use of its powers. And on that latter point, Mr. Speaker, the members previous have indicated instances where one would reasonably question the use of and the reasonableness and the necessity of the CBSA's interactions with members of the public, and hopefully with the passage of this bill and with the setting up of the PCRC, we would those complaints would be adjudicated in a fashion that is satisfactory to both the service and to the members of the public. With respect to both its complaint and review functions, the PCRC would have the power to summon and enforce the appearance of persons before it and compel them to give oral or written evidence under oath. It would have the power to administer oaths and to receive and accept oral and written evidence, whether or not the evidence would be admissible in a court of law. That, Mr. Speaker, provides a certain level of flexibility, as this is not a criminal case. We are not asking a standard of beyond reasonable doubt, but we are trying to, by passing this legislation and giving these authorities, create an environment in which issues can actually be resolved. They would also have the power to examine any records and make any inquiries that it considers necessary. But beyond its review and complaint functions, 98 would also create an obligation on CBSA to notify local police and the PCRC of any serious incident involving CBSA officers or employees. That includes giving the PCRC the responsibility to track and publicly report on serious incidents such as death, serious injury, or criminal code violations involving the CBSA. And hopefully, Mr. Speaker, we could reasonably anticipate a reduction in these incidents by virtue of just the very existence of this entity. Because as has reasonably been said by speakers previously, there's nowhere to go when you have a complaint with the CBSA. Operationally, the bill is worded in such a way as to give the PCRC the flexibility to organize its internal structure as it sees fit and to carry out its mandate under both the CBSA Act and the RCMP Act. The PCRC would designate members of its staff and that belong either to the RCMP unit or the CBSA unit. Common services such as corporate support could still be shared between both units. And there are several benefits, obvious benefits that can be generated by operating in this fashion. For example, there is shared expertise that could be shared between the RCMP and the CBSA, and hopefully by doing so, the agency is thereby strengthened. Clearly identifying which staff members are responsible would also help with the management. There's also a appointment of a vice chair and a chair for the PCRC, which will be mandatory. That would ensure that there will always be two individuals at the top, a chair and a vice chair, capable of exercising decision-making powers. Under C-98, the PCRC would establish and publish an annual report covering each of its business lines, the CBSA and the RCMP, and the resources that's devoted to each. The report would summarize their operations throughout the year, such as number and type of complaints, any review activities, and provide information on the number, type, and outcomes of serious incidents. And hopefully, I just, in parentheses, say, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that that is a readily accessible report, transparent to all, and so that those who follow these issues can operate, if you will, from the same set of facts. There's an annual report which will be tabled in Parliament by the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Presumably, the Public Safety Committee would be able to review that report, call witnesses, and examine the functionality of the entity. The new Public Complaints and Review Commission proposed under 98 would close a significant gap in Canada's public safety accountability regime. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the number of interactions with Canadians, with visitors, with landed folks, with refugee claimants, etc., is quite significant. And because Canada is an open nation and open to receiving literally not thousands, not tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands, but literally millions of border crossings on an annual basis. And this is a piece of legislation that is long overdue. I would urge my colleagues to get out of their partisan lanes and let this bill go. Let this bill go to committee, because the complaint seems to be that this is a last-minute bill and therefore it's never going to see royal assent. Well, it certainly will never see royal assent if, in fact, the chamber holds up this bill. So I would urge those who are responsible for House management, and may I point out, Mr. Speaker, all parties are responsible for House management. I would urge all the representatives of those parties responsible for House management to let this bill go and get before our committee sooner rather than later. Thank you for your time and attention.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. One of the concerns I do have with this legislation has to do with the length of time it takes to respond to a complaint. As I understand it today, it can be many months, if ever, before you get a response to a complaint with CBSA. So by putting in place a parallel system where there are two different ways to complain, and those two different trees, if you will, have to stay in communication with one another so everyone knows what's going on, I'm concerned that it could take even longer to get an answer back. And so my question for the member is there a service standard today for response time on complaints to CBSA? And if so, how do they expect the new proposed system to improve that length of time?
Good point.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
That is a very good question, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member raising it because service standards have not always been met through a whole variety of agencies across all forms of government. So I think that her representative on the committee, the member from Charlebourg, should, as his number one question, raise that very issue. And as I say, I would dearly like to be able to answer that question directly to her, but I can't. And the very simple reason that we haven't heard from the witnesses, and we particularly haven't heard from the minister on that point or the officials on that point. So again, my core issue, Mr. Speaker, is get this out of here, get it into the committee.
Questions and comments? La députée de Rimouski, Nejet Twimis.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague says that he'd like this sent immediately to committee. And when he was in opposition, often the opposition spoke to a bill where there was an agreement, but where we wanted to express our concerns about it. So we're at second reading. The committee will have to work on this bill, and I think the committee should hear what we have to say here now about our concerns, even if we are going to support the bill. So I wonder if my colleague, in asking us to hastily refer this to committee, does he think that the committee, the comments we make here, the concerns we express here in this debate aren't helpful for the committee, knowing full well that there are concerns on all sides? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
For raising the issue. As I listened to the several hours of speeches thus far, there have been significant concerns raised by the honourable member, such as the concern raised about time standards and service standards previously raised. Much of the debate, however, has been taken up with how ineffectual or whatever is either the government or the opposition parties or whatever, a lot of partisan stuff back and forth. And that's what I regret about this place, is that the time that's allocated for debate doesn't actually result in debate about significant concerns to be raised about this bill itself. Rather, we spend endless amounts of time talking about how bad the other parties are. And in this particular instance, I would urge my colleague, if there are concerns that his representative, as I say, a very able representative from Beaulieu-Chambly has, that those are best dealt with in the committee.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood. He does bring up a little bit of a partisan environment here in the House, and that's the way it works. But he seems to be really frustrated that we in the opposition aren't even able to ask questions and debate it in the House, which I think is a fundamental principle that we have here. And the reality is he's been here a long time, or as some of his constituents say, a very long time, so he knows how it works. And he knows that it's the House leader that brings this forward, and his government, frankly, Mr. Speaker, it makes it sound like they're very busy, but at the same time in our mandate, our previous Conservative government passed over 50% more bills. To put it bluntly, as far as getting bills that receive royal assent, the Liberals have gotten 63 through, which at the same time in our mandate, it was 97. So it tells you that the government isn't very efficient. And why did they wait 3.5 years to put this through and put it through with less than 20 days? We do have the right to debate this legislation, and I do have a concern about it. The union was not consulted in the drafting of this bill. They weren't even consulted about the conceptualization. And I got to tell you, I think Canadians really respect those men and women with Canadian Border Services. So my question to him is this. If they haven't listened to the men and women on the ground that are going to be affected by this at this stage of the game, how are they going to allow them to have input in this very important piece of legislation if he just wants to push it through and the voices of their representatives can't be heard here in the House?
Well, member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
The honourable member is right. I have been here a long time. For some bizarre reason, the people of Scarborough-Guildwood keep sending me back here, and I'm rather hoping that they will do it one more time. My comments are directed to the issue of House management, and the House management is an all-party function, Mr. Speaker. And when you take up endless amounts of time over what is perceived to be party positioning, party advantage, you actually waste House time. And possibly one of the reasons that the number of bills that haven't been are up to what the previous Harper standards will, if you will, is that the opposition has spent a lot of time talking partisan issues rather than getting to the issue. And on the issue itself, on the unions, which is a legitimate point, I expect that the unions will be, if not number one witness, certainly number two witness before the committee. But I can't really comment on whether they were or they were not consulted, because this is not the forum in which to address that issue. The forum to address that issue is in the committee itself, and if he wishes to send me as chair of the committee the name, address, and location of all of the union people that he thinks need to be heard from, I'm more than happy to have them come as witnesses.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, being a part, at least a distant part of the House management team to a certain degree, I'm very sympathetic to what my colleague is talking about. And one of the things that I would point out, Mr. Speaker, is that we have seen on many occasions where you have a bill where there's a political will, where there's consensus, where you'll have a bill virtually pass through the entire stages in one day. The potential of this House to be able to pass legislation is fairly significant. And like the member, I also have been listening to the debate, and everyone inside the chamber seems to be recognizing the true value of this legislation for Canadians as a whole. And there's always the opportunity. It's never too late. We still have 20 more sitting days after this. There's plenty of time if the political will is there on the opposition benches. It's truly amazing how quickly this thing can go through. And I can say that we've had NDP and Conservative initiatives also be sped up through the system, Mr. Speaker. So it is, House management includes all political parties.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
And I have absolute confidence in the honourable member's contribution to the flow of the legislation through this House, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're getting to the end of a parliament, and I think, frankly, we should be looking in the mirror. There are times that this place is thoroughly dysfunctional, and it's even dysfunctional on things that we agree on, which is really quite sad. You know, if Moses came down with the 10 Commandments, I'm sure that we could have at least four weeks worth of debate whether it should be 10 Commandments or 20 or 2. For no particular advantage to the Canadian people. So I say to the my honourable colleague, I wish that this bill would come to our committee sooner rather than later, and I'd urge honourable colleagues over the course of this afternoon to reflect on the fact that if we are to have any chance of seeing C-98 to royal assent, this bill needs to move, and it needs to move today.
Before we go to resuming debate, I'll let the honourable member for Durham know that there are just a little over about 10 and a half minutes remaining in the time for government orders this afternoon. That's of the 20 minutes he would normally get, and we'll give him the usual indication when we get close to 1:30 and the interruption. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for spelling out the time. It's a privilege to follow my friend from Scarborough-Guildwood, who has had millions of minutes in this chamber, and I'm at a loss to ascribe any real substance to those minutes, despite the fact that I hold him with great affection, and he has been very helpful on some projects related to veterans. And on that matter, maybe he can help get the Afghan monument finally done, Mr. Speaker. But look, I share the comments from a lot of people today that I just have frustration with when this bill is being put forward. I think all members of this chamber have tremendous respect for the men and women who wear the uniform of the RCMP or wear the uniform of Canadian Border Services Agency, CBSA. And they are impacted by this bill, and nothing shows a lack of priority to introducing bills when the tulips are coming up here in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. This is when we're in the final weeks of the parliamentary sitting year, and so when the government introduces something in this time period, it shows how much they prioritize it. If they're doing that in the fourth year of their mandate, with literally a few weeks left in the session, it actually shows disdain for the underlying issues of the bill, Mr. Speaker, when they've had 4 years related to it. My friend from Scarborough-Guildwood was suggesting we needed to stay in our partisan lane and was bemoaning the fact that we're decrying the lack of consultation and the lack of prioritization by this government. But they've left us no choice, Mr. Speaker. We don't even think, at the pace things are going, that this will be substantially looked at in committee, Mr. Speaker, despite his nice offer to take phone numbers of union members that were ignored in the preparations behind this bill. We won't even be able to get time to hear from them, Mr. Speaker. And that is a miss, because our job as an official opposition is to hold them to account, critique, and push for better, Mr. Speaker. I should remind my friend, the Liberal Deputy House Leader, better is always possible, Mr. Speaker. And this is an example of this. This bill was introduced on May 7th, 2019, literally in the final weeks of Parliament, much like Bill C-93, another public safety bill introduced on May, in the same month, Mr. Speaker. And what is shocking is these are areas they've talked about since their first weeks in government. In fact, the marijuana pledge is probably really the only accomplishment of 4 years of this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and they're putting the cannabis record suspension bill to this House in the final weeks. And you know who they haven't consulted in that? Law enforcement, Mr. Speaker. So it really is quite astounding, because if Canadians might remember, the first few months of the Liberal government back in 2015, 2016, they were really fond of consultations. And I think my friend from Sarnia and other people have made note. In fact, there was little vignettes created of saying, we're going to consult, we're going to have public consultation. I guess after that, they stopped doing it entirely, Mr. Speaker, because this is my real concern in the matter of public safety and security bills. The CBSA alone will be swept into elements of Bill C-98, and the 14,000 people in that department, including the almost 7,000 uniformed people at 1,200 locations across this country, should be consulted on a substantive piece of legislation that will impact them. They were not. In fact, the Customs and Immigration Union has been demanding to be consulted, not in the committee stage in June, a few days before Parliament may rise and go into election, Mr. Speaker. They should have been consulted prior to the legislation. That is the real problem I have with this. Same with cannabis record suspension, Mr. Speaker, another public safety bill being thrown into the mix in the final weeks. The Canadian Police Association was not consulted and said this, Tom Stamatakis, the president, were we directly consulted? Not in an extensive way. We had a few exchanges, but we didn't have a specific consultation with respect to this bill, end quote, Mr. Speaker. It's the same now with C-98, where the underlying people impacted by it, including members of the Customs and Immigration Union, are not consulted on the bill. We also see important pieces of public safety legislation still lingering through the legislative process, Mr. Speaker. C-83, the corrections and conditional release, is now at committee. So the committee's already charged with other legislation from the final year of the government, Mr. Speaker. And a lot of us are watching Bill C-59 on national security, Mr. Speaker. A quite comprehensive, almost omnibus bill on national security is with the Senate, in the Senate committee range, Mr. Speaker. I've been advocating on that bill and for the no-fly list, supporting the good work done by the families of the no-fly list kids, to make sure that we can have a system to remove false positives, remove children from this list, which is ineffective in terms of public safety if it's got tons of erroneous and duplicative names on it, but also substantially unfair to Canadians, especially young children, impacted by being on the no-fly list. So we need the ability to have an ability for them to take themselves off the list. That's in C-59, and that bill we're urging, and I'm publicly urging Senate colleagues to make sure they give the proper review, but quickly and get it done. So there's already, Mr. Speaker, a backlog of public safety and security legislation in Parliament now, let alone a number of other bills being introduced in May. It should also concern Canadians, stepping out of public safety for a moment, that some of the signature issues for Indigenous Canadians also had to wait until the final months of this government in terms of child welfare legislation, which I think I spoke about in this place maybe 10 days ago or so, Mr. Speaker, and their Indigenous language bill, also tossed in when the flowers are coming up here in Ottawa at the end of the year. That's a lack of respect, Mr. Speaker. It shows there's a priority in terms of speech and imagery and photos with this Prime Minister, and a lack of priority in action on public safety issues, on issues related to reconciliation. So governing is more than lofty language, Mr. Speaker. It's delivering on the priorities for Canadians and the things they need. So to review, I would like to see substantive committee time for Bill C-98 so that the Customs and Immigration Union can be properly consulted. Same with RCMP. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was the public safety critic before I took a little diversion in a national tour to get into a leadership race, and we actually worked with the government on C-7, which was the RCMP union bill, Mr. Speaker. So we've tried to work with them, particularly when it comes to uniformed service members. In fact, we pushed for amendments to C-7 so that there wasn't a hodgepodge approach to workers' compensation for our RCMP men and women, so that they didn't get different standards by different provinces. So these are important bills, and the people should be consulted. I would also urge the former chair who spoke, the member from Scarborough-Guildwood, to make sure that adequate time is given. Because we've seen with this government, despite claiming they would never use time allocation, never use omnibus bills, they use it literally by the week, Mr. Speaker. The House Leader appears to relish it now, and my friend the Deputy House Leader wishes he could erase all the speeches of outrage he gave in opposition about use of time allocation and omnibus legislation, because now he's part of the House Leader team that the member from Scarborough-Guildwood blamed for the delay that we have with these bills. He uses it with relish, Mr. Speaker. So let's make sure we have the proper committee time to look at the changes to the RCMP Act, the CBSA Act, to make sure we're doing a service to the people that will be impacted by them, whether it's on a public complaints process or other elements in Bill C-98. The consultation should have been done first, but to do this properly, the committee time, debate time cannot be rushed, Mr. Speaker. We will work with them, but we want to make sure the people impacted are part of the committee review process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There will be 9.5 minutes remaining for the honourable member for Durham when House next gets back to debate on the House. That's for his speech, of course, and then there will be the additional 10 minutes for questions and comments. It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill S-248, National Physicians' Day, standing in the name of Ms. Fry.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise today to speak about Bill S-248, an act respecting National Physicians' Day. This bill would designate the 1st of May as the National Physicians' Day. And the purpose is to acknowledge the some 125,000 doctors, residents, and medical students throughout the country. I support this bill while considering the following points.
Everybody who has been here for 4 years has seen a number of days, weeks, months of various sorts to recognize great things across the country. But what could be more important to recognize than our doctors? Doctors save our lives. Every one of us is going to need a doctor at some point in their life, and usually all the way throughout, from the time that we're born to the time that we go into palliative care and pass on from this life. So I think it's definitely worthy to have a day to talk about doctors, to talk about all of the things that they do. From the time that doctors decide to go into medicine, it is an incredibly long journey. We know that it's difficult to get into med schools. We know that once they're there, they're studying for extremely long hours. It's a very competitive field. And once they've finished their studies, then they have to do their residency. And this involves extremely long hours of work, very interesting work, where they get real experiences. My nephew is a doctor, and he actually did his training. He did his undergraduate in Michigan, but then he did his medical training in St. Martin, which sounds like a wonderful place to do some medical training. Now, when he was doing his residency, he was actually in the U.S., so he had the opportunity to work in Detroit and Long Island, and you can imagine in the emergency departments there and some of the areas that he worked, what kinds of excellent training that he got. But he, like so many other doctors, go through all of that, and at the end of their studies, when they're just beginning their career, many of them have racked up between $200,000 and $300,000 worth of debt in student loans. So it's really quite a commitment to go into becoming a doctor in the first place. And one of the problems that we've had in Canada is actually graduating enough doctors. We have a certain number of spots for residents, but I became aware when I became the Shadow Minister of Health that there was an issue with the matching of residents to positions. And in fact, some of them were unable to get a position, and you can imagine after all the training you've gone through to not be able to pursue your life's dream, how devastating that would be. So I was able to work with the health minister to address that gap. Now, that being said, there is a huge doctor shortage right across the country. I've been able to go from coast to coast to coast to see the state of the nation in terms of doctor shortages, and I would tell you there are some very, very dire situations. If you think about Cape Breton, they're missing 52 emergency room physicians and a vascular surgeon. If you cut an artery there, you will lose a limb or you will die because they can't get you to Halifax in time. Here in Ottawa, the wait time for a family physician is 6 years. In BC, there is a huge shortage of doctors. There's an incentive system that causes them to have more emergency room doctors than family doctors. And we also see that in rural and remote spots across the country that we are in dire need of doctors. In fact, in my own riding of Sarnia-Lambton, here's the current list of what we're missing in terms of doctors. We're missing 10 family doctors, 2 geriatricians, 1 rheumatologist, 3 psychiatrists, 1 rural emergency physician and 2 other ER physicians, 1 plastic surgeon, 2 anesthetists, and an otolaryngologist, which I'm not even sure what that is. So, Mr. Speaker, definitely the government should be taking a leadership role. We recognize that while healthcare is executed by the provinces, the federal government does have a responsibility to address this gap. We have an aging population. 1 in 6 seniors right now will become 1 in 4 seniors in 6 to 10 years. And so we are going to need even more doctors. We are short 600 palliative care physicians and an innumerable number of doctors for seniors. And so it's time to come and work alongside with the provinces and territories to figure out how to address what is really a disastrous shortage. Because without a doctor, how are you going to be healthy? How are you going to deal with what we see in terms of chronic disease that's come to the country? And so I think it's worthwhile having a day to celebrate doctors. But I think it's a bit hypocritical for the Liberal government to be bringing this forward. I know that it was a Senate bill that Senator Eglinton brought forward, but the Liberals have brought it forward. They have not been kind to doctors under their government. Remember, it was this Liberal government that, under the finance minister, called doctors tax cheats and didn't recognize that when they have their corporations and they run their medical practices, they need to accumulate passive income in those corporations to be able to buy the equipment that they need to run their practice. And yet the government wants to tax them at a 73% rate. Again, the Liberals have not treated doctors well. If we look at the medical assistance in dying legislation that came, it was this Liberal government that did not protect the rights of conscience of doctors in this country, even though it was brought to their attention. And we see most recently that the Ontario court has actually not allowed doctors to have freedom of conscience with respect to assisted suicide in Ontario. That's never happened anywhere else in the country. It's not happened in the world. And it was this Liberal government that began that path. Now, doctors, as I said, when they're becoming doctors, it's a very long and arduous process. But once they become doctors, it's actually sometimes very strenuous working conditions. Very long hours, maybe 80-hour weeks, depending on whether they have someone in their practice to help them out. And we are doing a study right now, a health committee, about violence that healthcare workers experience. And I was astounded to find that more than 60% of healthcare workers, including doctors, are experiencing violence from patients, from family members that are frustrated, from people who have mental health and addiction issues or dementia. And so there's a real serious problem that we need to address on behalf of doctors. Now, many of you know that I am an advocate, a passionate advocate for palliative care. And so I certainly, while we're talking about having a National Doctors' Day, I would just send out to the doctors at the Palliative Care St. Joseph's Hospice in Sarnia-Lambton the thanks for everything that they do and for the palliative care physicians across the country and those that work in that area. I think that with the aging population we need to do more to make sure that Canadians can choose to live as well as they can for as long as they can. 70% of Canadians don't have access to palliative care today. The palliative care framework that was brought in under my bill C-277 has certainly helped to advance the cause. I've worked with the health minister and the parliamentary secretary, who I see is here today, to try to make sure that we have training for healthcare workers in palliative care, that we have the infrastructure we need in terms of hospice services, broadband internet to access virtual palliative care, that we take the innovative ideas that are put in place across the country with the paramedics, for example, learning palliative care and taking that to rural and remote places, and that we take all those ideas and make sure that we do build up our palliative care capacity in the country. So the only other thing that I want to say in summary is that there's more to be done. There's more to be done to support doctors, not just their rights of conscience, not just the tax laws that allow them to operate here, but also we have to listen to the doctors when they provide advice. The Canadian Medical Association provided a lot of input on the cannabis regulation that was largely ignored. And so while having a day for doctors to celebrate is great, I think there's a lot more that we could and should do to celebrate how important doctors are to each and every one of us. They save our lives, they help us throughout our lives, and I'm certainly happy to stand here today with S248 and say that I will support this bill, and happy National Doctors Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is with great pleasure that I rise in this House today to speak in support of Bill S248, an act respecting National Physicians' Day. This bill would designate May 1st as National Physicians' Day across Canada. I appreciate and find it fitting that May 1st, also the birthday of the woman to practice medicine in Canada, Dr. Emily Stowe, was selected. As the Member of Parliament of Vancouver East and as someone who has been an elected representative at all three levels of government in Vancouver, I know just how important the work and leadership of doctors in my riding across Vancouver, through British Columbia, and across the country is. Let me address an urgent health issue that is gripping communities across the country. As we know, Canada is dealing with a national opioid crisis in Canada, and the downtown east side of Vancouver is the epicenter. While the government has been slow to act on this crisis and continues to refuse to declare a national health emergency, doctors in BC have been showing leadership on this issue for years. Dr. Bonnie Henry was appointed to BC's provincial as Dr. Bonnie Henry was appointed BC's Provincial Health Officer in 2018. She is BC's first female provincial medical health officer. Last month, Dr. Henry spoke to CBC to reflect on it being 3 years since the previous Provincial Health Officer, Dr. Perry Kendall, declared a public health emergency in response to the opioid-related overdose deaths in British Columbia. When asked about policy changes that have helped, she cited great strides in changing naloxone from a prescription-only drug to something available over the counter to now being available and free everywhere. She also stated, quote, "One of the other really important things is we've been able to change the public discourse about people who use drugs and about addictions. People understand that these people are our community. It's not just those others." Dr. Henry, in an earlier statement, also called for more and bolder action to continue improving the situation and taking concrete steps to end this national health emergency. She stated, quote, "We need options to provide people at the risk of overdose with low barrier access to a regulated supply of opioids. We need to connect people who use drugs with the supports they need rather than sending them to a criminal system." In fact, she went on to call for the decriminalization of all drugs. She made it clear that a safe supply and the treatment of addiction as a health issue is a health issue and not a criminal issue. Her work is a continuation of her predecessor, Dr. Perry Kendall. Dr. Kendall, recently retired, is a longtime advocate for harm reduction. Dr. Kendall has been one of BC's most outspoken voices on the ongoing opioid overdose crisis. He led the way in our country and declared the situation a public health emergency in 2016 in BC. And Dr. Perry Kendall was there when the first supervised injection site in North America opened in Vancouver. Since that day, he has continued to ensure the discussion about the safe site is evidence-based. Dr. Perry Kendall is not alone in this effort. Dr. Mark Tyndall, formerly with the BC Centre for Disease Control, has been a vocal advocate for advancing the opioid crisis.
He was the lead in the research and evaluation of the PHSA opioid overdose response team and was co-lead investigator on the evaluation of Insight, North America's first supervised injection facility. While he recently left the organization, he continues to be a leading voice on this important issue. Then there's Dr. Julio Montana. Dr. Julio Montana was the leading physician on the North American Opioid Medication Initiative, known as NAOMI, and the study to access longer-term opioid medication effectiveness, SALOMI. These clinical trials were instrumental in saving lives, and his research was pivotal in the 2011 Supreme Court decision against the Harper conservative government to shut down Insight. There's also Dr. Patricia Daly, the Chief Medical Officer at Vancouver Coastal Health. Like those mentioned above her, she and her predecessors at VCH has been showing true leadership on this crisis. In January of this year, she issued an update on the overdose crisis. This update concluded with 4 recommendations moving forward. 1, establish a system of care for people with addictions. For this system to implement treatment standards and monitor outcomes. 2, expand access and remove barriers to opioid agonist therapy. 3, establish a safe, regulated supply of drugs. 4, expand programs that can prevent addiction, and for those programs to focus on vulnerable youth, Indigenous peoples, and people living with physical pain. It is clear that there remains much work to be done throughout British Columbia, in Vancouver, and across Canada to truly end the opioid crisis that we're facing. From January 2016 to September 2018, there were more than 10,300 lives lost in opioid-related deaths in Canada. 93% of these deaths are considered accidental or unintentional. From January to September 2018, there had been 3,286 deaths, with 1,155 of them occurring in BC. 71% of these deaths were attributed to fentanyl. Thanks to the doctors I've mentioned and the many, many others I don't have time to name, we have started to see a reduction in deaths. We also know that without their work, advocacy, and leadership, our communities would have lost thousands more of our loved ones. We as elected officials must take advice seriously. We must act. Lives are at stake. The work of these doctors and countless others have helped provide other frontline service providers with tools and information to help reduce the devastation of this crisis. While this bill is about recognizing National Physicians' Day, I feel that given the work that physicians do, it is far-reaching impacts, and it's also important to recognize who their work supports and who supports their work. That's the frontline doctors, nurses, first responders, and community service providers such as Sarah Blythe at the OPS, working tirelessly day in, day out to save lives. Backing up the work of physicians are public health policy makers. I would like to highlight the work of Dr. Stephen Morgan, the UBC Centre for Health Services and Policy Research Director. Dr. Morgan and his team at PharmaCare 2020, including Dr. Daniel Martin, MD, Dr. Marc-Andre Ganon, Dr. Barbara Mentes, Dr. Jamie Dahl, and Dr. Joel Lichten, MD, have shown us clearly that the best path forward for Canadians is a public universal pharmacare plan. Their research leaves no doubt. They state, quote, evidence from across Canada and around the world shows that pharmacare is the best system for achieving universal access to necessary medicines, fair distribution of prescription drug costs, safe and appropriate prescribing, and maximum health benefits per dollar spent. This report explains why this is the case and therefore why Canadians deserve pharmacare by 2020. Even under conservative estimates by the Parliamentary Budget Office, had a program like this in place in 2015, Canadians would have seen savings of over $4 billion. Physicians across Canada know all too well about the barriers of high prescription drug costs have on their patients. According to the 2018 Canadian Medical Association survey, 46% of physicians said patients without drug coverage were not filling their prescriptions. I myself have heard so many of these kinds of heartbreaking stories that it is time for the government to act. I believe that we must match our words with action. That means recognizing the strain we put on doctors by failing to eliminate the barriers that patients have in accessing the treatment regimes they prescribe. That means investing in harm reduction. That means a universal pharmacare program. Mr. Speaker, we can all do this. We should recognize doctors and thank them for the work, but equally important, let's make policies and take actions to realize what the doctors hope to achieve for all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to be here today to speak on Bill S-248, an act respecting National Physicians' Day. The Honourable Art Eggleton introduced this bill in the other place prior to his retirement. I would like to thank him as well as the member for Vancouver Centre, who is herself a physician and the bill's sponsor in the House, for bringing this forward. Bill S-248 seeks to designate May 1st in each and every year as National Physicians' Day. During debate in the Senate, Senator Eggleton indicated that this date is significant for physicians because it is the birthday of Emily Stowe, the first woman to practice medicine in Canada and a leading suffragette in her time. How appropriate that the bill is being sponsored in the House by the member for Vancouver Centre, the longest-serving female member of the House and a trailblazer both as a physician and elected official. There are few people in this country who have done as much for those living with HIV/AIDS than this member, who is now focusing her efforts on the opioid crisis. Canada is a better place for her service, both as a physician advocate and Member of Parliament. Should this bill receive royal assent, the federal government would replicate nationally the actions of Ontario and Nova Scotia, who at the provincial level already designated Doctors' Day at the beginning of May. In designating such a day, Canada would join a number of other countries, including the United States and India, who already set aside similar days for recognition of physicians. The bill's intent is to acknowledge the contributions of physicians to the health of Canadians and to increase public awareness of the role that they play in providing high-quality care. As is well known, it is a point of pride for Canadians that we live in a country fortunate enough to have a world-class medical system. Clearly, physicians are integral to the viability of this system. In 2017, there were over 86,000 physicians in Canada, representing 234 physicians per 100,000 people. It is interesting to note that in recent years, the profession has become increasingly female and multicultural. Women now account for 41% of physicians in Canada, while those who acquired their medical degree elsewhere constitute 26.5% of all physicians in this country. I recently met with a group of medical students led by Stephanie Smith, a former Army nurse who twice served in Afghanistan, and just days ago graduated as a doctor from medical school. Stephanie and her colleagues are the future of medicine, and these future physicians give me great hope. Everyone in the chamber has at one point or another been touched by the compassion and professionalism of a physician. Just last month, when I fainted in this House, we saw 3 physicians jump into action to attend to me. Speaking today on this bill gives me the opportunity to publicly thank the members for Toronto St. Paul's, Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley, and Markham Stouffville for their prompt attention, care, and concern. Physicians going back to Hippocrates and the foundations of the modern medical profession in ancient Greece are guided by a set of ethics whose central tenets are to do no harm, to show respect for the patient in all situations, and to always help when help is needed. Physicians affect every stage of life. They are central figures at the times of birth and death, are the specialists who we seek out during periods of crisis, and are the family doctors that we rely on to manage day-to-day illness. They work collaboratively with other health professionals, such as nurses, both in and out of the hospital setting, to advance the well-being of their patients. And they are often the researchers who are at the forefront of many innovations that are helping us to live longer and healthier lives that give us the hope for the future. I think of people like Dr. Duncan Rosario, head of surgery at Oakville Hospital, whose innovations in Oakville are leading the country in many areas, from changing the way opioids are prescribed to the mental health of the hospital's employees, all of which ensure a better patient outcome. I've had the distinct pleasure of getting to know Dr. David Malkin, a Terry Fox-funded researcher at Sick Kids in Toronto. Dr. Malkin's research is focused on genetic predisposition to cancer, specifically childhood cancer, and he's a world-leading expert in Lee-Fraumeni syndrome. He has graciously hosted me at Sick Kids twice now, and I had the great privilege of joining him for rounds and clinic back in April. What a gift to be able to witness his team of physicians and healthcare providers attend to these young people and their families. We must also be aware that the privileged place that physicians hold in our society also brings with it enormous responsibilities and pressures. That is why, in addition to celebrating physicians, this bill also aims to draw attention to the challenges that they sometimes face by virtue of what we ask of them. While extremely fulfilling, a medical career can sometimes also entail immense psychological burdens. Physicians operate in an environment that emphasizes self-reliance and resiliency. They work long hours and are frequently on call and bear an enormous amount of responsibility, often in extremely stressful situations. As is the case for our first responders, physicians frequently encounter emotionally draining and difficult situations that can lead to forms of psychological trauma, such as post-traumatic stress injuries. Given these factors, it is perhaps not surprising that research on the profession has consistently shown that physicians are at a greater risk of suffering from mental health problems than any other professions. For instance, the Canadian Medical Association's National Physician Health Survey recently found that although most physicians self-reported their mental health as good, fully 34% reported symptoms of depression and 26% also reported feeling burnt out. Anecdotal evidence also suggests that physicians have a high suicide rate when compared to other occupations. The Canadian Medical Association's National Physician Health Survey also found that 9% of physicians had reported suicidal thoughts within the last 12 months. The Standing Committee of Health just commenced a study on violence against healthcare professionals, and we have heard from physicians about the violence they can be subjected to, in particular in emergency rooms and hospitals. I've had the pleasure of getting to know Dr. Alan Drummond, an emergency room doctor and passionate advocate for saving lives by recognizing the impact of firearms on suicide and intimate partner violence. He is someone who sees every day the impact on physicians of the challenges they face in the workplace and the need to do more to support them. Senator Meiji, who is herself a physician, said during debate on this bill in the other place, a career spent in the service of others can make it, quote, very difficult to accept the need to ask for help for oneself, end quote. A National Physicians' Day could perhaps in a small way provide an occasion to help and reverse this tendency by allowing Canadians to collectively celebrate and express their appreciation for the extraordinary dedication of these medical professionals. It could also serve as a means for a sort of role reversal by permitting society to assume the role of caregiver, signaling that we do not take the contributions of physicians for granted, that we're interested in their well-being and are in solidarity with the difficulties they face. Possibly through the avenue of a national day would provide broader discussions which would begin on these and other important issues. The subject is one that is of great interest to the Minister of Health, and the government is very pleased to support this motion. I want to reiterate my thanks to the member for Vancouver Centre for sponsoring this and to the House for the opportunity to reflect on the importance of this bill as we move forward with reviewing it in greater detail. I look forward to further discussion on what a National Physicians' Day would look like and appreciate its overall aim to support and express gratitude to physicians in Canada. And finally, I would like to thank physicians across Canada for all that they do for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are proud of our publicly funded healthcare system. It is a central pillar of our national identity. To ensure every Canadian can access the care they need when they need it, our government is making unprecedented healthcare investments. We've invested a transformational $11 billion to support home care and mental health coverage for all Canadians at every stage of their lives. Our focus on home care and mental health wellness is in addition to the over $38 billion already invested through the Canada Health Transfer this year alone. These investments are evidence of our government's commitment to support, modernize, and renew Canada's public healthcare system. I would like to thank the honourable member from Vancouver Centre for sponsoring this bill that honours the important role of physicians in the health of Canadians. Bill S-248 proposes to designate May 1st as National Physicians' Day, a day to recognize and show appreciation for the positive impact physicians make on the health of Canadians and to celebrate the achievements of medical professionals. The honourable member herself practiced family medicine at St. Paul's Hospital in Vancouver for several decades, and she is a leader within the medical community. I would like to acknowledge and thank her for her lifelong commitment to public service, both as a physician and as a dedicated parliamentarian. It is long overdue that we have a National Day to recognize the contributions that physicians make to their patients and their communities. Physicians play an essential role in all stages of our lives. They help us maintain positive health outcomes, tend to us when we are ill, support us and our families through chronic and prolonged illnesses, and advocate for better patient care. We rely on physicians to care for the health of our children, our partners, our parents, and ourselves. Canadian physicians are among the top 3 most trusted professions. While physicians enjoy high levels of public trust, they themselves are subject to mounting stress. Research bears out that because of the long hours, high pressure, and traumatic experiences physicians face, they are at greater risk of suffering from mental health issues. Their sacrifices for public health must be recognized and appreciated. As a member of the Standing Committee on Health, I have had the opportunity to study many issues that intersect with the healthcare community. I have seen firsthand the resilience of our medical community. Time and time again, physicians are stepping up and stepping in to resolve problems, proactively identify issues, and to innovate new ways to practice medicine better. Currently, we have just begun a study into the issue of violence against healthcare workers. The testimony provided by physician witnesses has proven indispensable in determining solutions to reduce the regular violence that nurses, paramedics, and other healthcare workers face every day. Additionally, in an issue that is affecting families across the country, and in my community of Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, physicians are playing an essential role in addressing the root causes and severe consequences of the opioid overdose crisis. While direct support for physicians is limited by provincial and territorial jurisdiction, Health Canada funds a number of national-level programs through grants and contributions. These programs promote collaborative pan-Canadian approaches. Choosing Wisely Canada is one such example. This program is a physician-led campaign by the Canadian Medical Association to help physicians and patients engage in conversations about unnecessary tests, treatments, and procedures. This is just one example of the many instances of leadership provided directly by physicians. Physicians are leaders in patient care, research, health policy, education, and innovation. They are key partners in our government's efforts to improve our healthcare system to reflect the needs of all Canadians. This bill proposes May 1st as National Physicians' Day, a date that commemorates the birth of Dr. Stowe, the first woman to practice medicine in Canada. Denied entry to the Toronto School of Medicine, she obtained her degree in the U.S. before returning to Canada as a practicing physician in 1871. Dr. Stowe became a lifelong defender of women's rights and a champion for women in medicine. Her medical clinic provided practical clinical experience to the members of the Women's Medical College and provided services regardless of a patient's ability to pay. Her story of selflessness and community activism underpins our Canadian medical community. Of course, you don't have to go back to the 1800s to find inspiring stories of physician care. In my community of Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, Dr. Elizabeth Payne received the My Family Doctor Award from the BC College of Family Physicians. This award celebrates doctor-patient relationships that promote good health. Dr. Payne has served Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam for over 40 years, providing family care of the highest quality. I would like to thank Dr. Payne for her many years of service and continued work in Port Coquitlam. There are countless physicians in communities across Canada that go above and beyond for their patients, and they all deserve to be recognized. I fully support this bill, sponsored by the honourable member from Vancouver Centre, to make May 1st a day to recognize, celebrate, and appreciate the importance of physicians and the medical community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Prise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? Yes? The question is as follows. Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-de-Sœur, moved that Bill S-248, an act respecting National Physicians' Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Oui? Oui. Adopté.
Passed. Carried. Second reading. Accordingly, this bill is sent to the Standing Committee on Health. It being 2:05 p.m., the House stands adjourned until Monday, May 27, 2019, at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.